हेलो। हेलो। मैम आ रहा है आवाज? हेलो। हेलो। आ रहा है? अभी आ रहा है क्या? हेलो। नितिन सर आ रहा है क्या? देखो ना। हेलो।
Hello. Hello. Okay, can you hear? Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Ma'am, myself Preeti. I'll be the moderator for the session today.
Okay, nice meeting you.
Same here, ma'am. Same here.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you, ma'am?
Good afternoon. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, ma'am. We'll start soon, ma'am, within 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, sir. I'm not scolding you. देखो, sorry तो मत जाओ. What I'm trying to say is कि your background is irrelevant to your study. हमारा background ये बताएगा कि मैंने टॉपिक क्यों चूज किया है. Why is this topic important? अगर आप इस स्टडी में कोई प्रोटोकॉल बनाने जा रहे हो, then you should say कि the page
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon,
Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Prabha. Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thank you, ma'am. Fine.
Meeting after a long time in
Yes,
the
yes.
virtual platform.
Yes. This is a good media now.
Very true. How is it going?
It is going on well.
Very good.
People are still to join. 36 only have joined.
Okay.
You are very prompt.
I have another meeting, no?
Okay. Today the schedule is very tight, so we have to just.
I had a message from Dr.
Jyoti.
Rukmani.
Okay.
Rukmani or Dr. Jyoti?
Jyoti.
Okay.
Jyoti must have. Because some people have other engagement like you, they also have other engagement too. So if we don't finish in time, then others will be affected.
Yeah.
Yes. COVID is still.
I know Maharashtra is
Yes.
with more cases. Are you all working?
We are working. We
Okay.
have worked all throughout.
What about your students?
Fourth year, third year, second years, all are working. First years will come from 1st March.
Okay, the same here.
Yes, ma'am. Gradually we called. Fourth years joined long back, but third years little later and second year accordingly.
I'm now postponing first years little later. I was planning to call in March. I'm planning to call now end because I have students from all over, no, India. So I thought April first week I'll call.
Okay. Now last moment we don't want to, because children at home, they are also affected. So last moment we don't want all this change.
True.
We will face it.
That's a very good thought.
All are vaccinated also. Those who are there in the campus, students are vaccinated.
Those who are here are vaccinated.
Yes,
our
ma'am.
students.
So first year, those who are day scholars, they are vaccinated. On those who are coming from home, they will also be done.
Yeah.
So hopefully they will be protected.
What is the usual attendance like?
Of the students?
No, for this webinar. Yesterday, how many were there?
Yesterday, 178 plus, first day 200 plus.
Okay.
Five minutes are there. I'll just come back, ma'am.
Sure. Good afternoon, Dr. Jyoti.
Good afternoon, madam. I had to put this.
No problem. Go ahead.
How are you, madam?
I'm good. How are you all?
We are also doing good.
I know there are more cases in Maharashtra.
Yeah.
Sharp 1 o'clock we will start, otherwise we'll be delayed.
Yeah. We'll wait for 1 minute, madam. And
Yeah.
Shall I share the slides?
no problem, madam.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please share the slide after the introduction, madam, please.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, it's 1 o'clock. Shall we start?
Yes.
Okay. A very warm good afternoon to one and all present. Myself, Preeti Banerjee, lecturer, MTM New Bombay College of Nursing, would like to extend you all a very warm welcome to the third day of National Webinar on Governance and Leadership, Optimizing Nursing Education and Service. I would like to express my gratitude to the presence of all eminent speakers and participants all around the country. It is gratifying to note that today's agenda for the national webinar covers a wide range of various interesting items. For that, I would like to call Dr. Ponchitra R., Vice Principal Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, to give the brief introduction about today's session. Madam, over to you.
Thank you, Preeti. Good afternoon to all the panelists and the participants. Today, as she said, rightly said, the last day of the webinar has interesting topics for deliberation. Leadership and governance, which plays an important role on these two broad topics, that is preparation of a healthy work environment, quality enhancement in nursing. A healthy work environment doesn't evolve by itself. According to WHO Healthy Workplace Model, leadership engagement and employees' involvement is essential for a healthy physical and psychosocial work environment. Few indicators of it are acceptance and appreciation of employees, respect and fair treatment, equal opportunity, investment in their learning, training of an employee, which leads to less than average turnover rate. So the first topic which the experts are going to deliberate is succession planning. That's identifying and developing the next generation leaders is critical to maintain the organization's growth for future. Organizations should have succession planning at every level for smooth and uninterrupted functioning. The right person at the right place and at the right time should be transferred or promoted or hired in the organization. The succession planning approach and the decision should be based entirely on the needs and towards the vision of the organization. Following this session, we have the next session called the employee knowledge management process. Knowledge management has become a critical element for organizational performance in today's highly competitive and uncertain environment. Understanding the basics of knowledge management process is important to leverage the performance and improve the effectiveness of the organization. Following that, we have employee mentoring and performance appraisal session. Mentoring is vitally an important mechanism to train the next generation professionals One of the recommendations of National Education Policy 2020 is to develop a system of mentorship by experienced and distinguished professionals. UGC has also released guidelines for induction and mentorship for teachers of higher education in January 2021. Performance management system mechanism is also a vital requisite for quality improvement in any organization. Performance management is a forward-looking process with key result areas and key performance indicators identified ahead to appraise the employee and evaluate them later on it. Objective appraisal method is developed and practiced internationally by linking it with the employee's career path through performance-based promotions or increments and incentives. Following that, we have a session on continuous quality improvement and quality benchmarking in nursing education and service. The need for change in higher education is becoming urgent. Expectations for better performance have increased the need for continuous quality improvement. Quality benchmarking of an organization helps to identify objectively the strengths and weakness of the organization on its process, performance, and strategies, and helps for sustainability in the competitor market. Following that, we have the last session on accreditation in nursing education and service. The demand for well-prepared nurses is constantly growing, so does the demand for quality education and practice. Accreditation ensures this quality check by any authorized agency for maintaining or exceeding the variety of standards which is set by them. Let's listen to the experts on their experience and the views on these above topics. And I humbly request the panelists to maintain the duration of 20 minutes for their presentation. Thank you, and over to Ms. Preeti Banerjee to proceed with the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll start with the session. First session will be on preparation of health, work, and knowledge. It's really my pleasure to introduce you to the speakers for this session, who all are here with us today from all over the country to share their knowledge and enhance our mental horizon. First, we will start with the session with Dr. Vatsala Sadan, Dean and Professor, College of Nursing, CMC Vellore, Tamil Nadu. Madam will be dealing with the topic succession planning. Madam has pursued her doctorate in Faculty of Nursing from CMC Vellore. She has rich 33 years of professional experience. Madam has worked at various administrative capacities. She has overseas experience as well at Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat, Orebro University, Sweden for faculty exchange program, training program at University of Nottingham, United Kingdom, PhD guide under INC, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science, and Dr. MGR Medical University. Madam is member of accreditation committees like INC, Rajiv Gandhi, MGR Medical University. Madam has presented and organizes and attended many conferences and workshops as well. She has contributed to the publication for book and scientific research publication. Madam, we are welcoming you for the session. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Preeti, for the good words. Give me just 1 minute to share my slide.
Sure, ma'am.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. I bring greetings from faculty and students of College of Nursing, Christian Medical College, Vellore. And I'm so delighted to be part of this national webinar on governance and leadership, optimizing nursing education and service, organized by MGM College of Nursing. And it's a real joy to meet the nursing colleagues and the students on this virtual platform. And I'm very thankful to Dr. Prabha, Dr. Jyoti, and the organizing team for giving me this opportunity to be part of this webinar series. And I wish and pray that all of you are safe during these difficult times, during this COVID pandemic. As introduced, the topic given to me is succession planning. Already, when I was introduced, briefly it was said what is succession planning. And in my session, I will be handling this, content quickly. I'm not going through it. And to introduce the topic, any effective leadership of any healthcare professional is critical for strengthening the quality of education as well as the practice and integration of care. And all of us know leadership is a key contributor to any job satisfaction and commitment to the work and our intent to stay in that particular healthcare organization. And also, employees value the most leadership important qualities as the interest as well as the integrity of the leader under whom they are working. And succession planning is a very critical need for an effective leadership. And in order to have succession planning, attracting and retaining new and experienced nurse leaders are very much essential. And again, survival, growth, and efficiency and continuous existence of an organization requires a succession of people to fill in various important leadership positions. And these are usually the executive positions. And succession planning helps here to identify, develop, and make the people ready to occupy those higher level leadership positions as and when they fall vacant due to various reasons, maybe a retirement or a resignation or a promotion or creation of a new position and assignment as we expand in that particular healthcare organization with higher level responsibilities. And the definition goes like this. What is succession planning? It's a deliberate and systematic effort. It is not just like somebody resigned and immediately you put somebody in that place. It is not so. A deliberate and systematic effort by a healthcare organization to ensure leadership continuity in that key position and retain and develop intellectual and knowledge capital for the future and encourage the individual advancement. And I have highlighted the important terminologies here, which are very essential for a successful succession planning. And the process of developing a systematic approach to building replacement of workers to ensure continuity. So continuity is very important in a successful healthcare organization with leadership. And by identifying potential successes in those critical area of work. And what is it actually done in succession planning? In succession planning makes sure that the nursing leaders or the executive officers who are going to take up the position are recruited or developed to fill such important role or responsibility. And succession planning ensures that we operate effectively when individuals occupying the key positions, and it may be used for managerial positions unique or hard to fill that roles. And it always align bench strength for replacing the critical positions. And what is this bench strength? Bench strength is an assessment of organization's preparedness. The organization should be prepared to replace the departing leader in critical position. Say example, for a chief nursing officer is retiring this year. So the organization should be ready with another person position. And it is also identifying people who are ready to step into someone else's shoes at the appropriate time, under the appropriate circumstances with seamless transition. There should be a smooth transition taking place. So that is what is called bench strength in succession planning. And why do we have to have succession planning? There are some purposes. One is to ensure continuity and to develop potential leaders. And if one person leaves, the next person should be ready, prepared to take up that leadership role and to identify who are those successors who are going to take their key positions in future, and also to run the organization in a smooth manner, and also for the improvement in the image of the organization. Ultimately, when you develop a leader and if the institution or the organization is running smoothly, it improves the image of the organization, and the cost benefits to organization is also there if you develop your own future leaders or successors from within. And it also reduces the employee turnover in the institution because of the image of the organization as well as improvement in the cost benefits. And what is the nature of succession planning? in any succession planning, the senior nurse leaders are involved. They are personally involved and hold responsible for the growing leaders. For example, I am right now holding the position of Dean College of Nursing. So as a leader, I have a responsibility. Maybe another 2.5 to 3 years, I will be leaving this position. So I have a responsibility to personally be involved in developing the growing leaders. And the second nature is everyone are committed to their own self-development. We cannot be pushing anybody, you have to grow or you have to take up, you do like this. Each individual who are growing within the institution also should have the commitment to take up that. So in order to do that, you need to have your own self-development. And succession is linked to strategic planning and investment for the future. And there are some leadership competencies which are identified and used for the selection and development. Everybody cannot take up that executive key position. So there are certain qualities which are expected. I have a separate slide on that. And a pool of talent is identified and developed early for long-term needs of the organization. So there are leaders who possess different talents, and this in succession planning, you should be able to pool those talent and the talented people together to plan for the future key positions, to fill the future key positions. And development is based on challenging and varied job-based experience. It's not a single job. You should have the wide, varied job-based experience in order to play that role of executive or the chief nursing officer or head of an educational institution.
CNC.
Partnership with human resources. Can you hear me? Any problem?
Yes, madam, we can hear you.
There's some interruption. That's
Yes. Just ask Susan to.
So the senior leaders form a partnership with human resources, and there are challenges in succession planning, such as diversity, and in terms of recruitment, how do you recruit and retain them? And when you say succession planning, the succession resources can be from within the organization or from outside, internal of internal leaders. If you develop, mentor your own internal leaders, they are more loyal and they have more commitment, and they also have a sense of belonging to the organization, and they have a shared feeling of development. And outside talent is needed. We can't say that only internal resources are helpful. At times, you also need to pull the outside talent into your organization when you don't have in situations like when the internal leaders are not available. Like some time back, we had to have an important administrative officer position. We did not find anybody suitable within the organization. So we had to advertise and we had to go through the process of that, the recruitment. And then we had to appoint that person, and we had to look into various criteria and the procedure which is followed in selecting and placing an administrative officer in the institution. So at times when the internal leaders are not available, you may have to go in for external people. And sometimes you may expand, you will have a major expansion. So the leaders you have developed within the institution may not be enough. For example, CMC is growing and we are adding another 1,500 beds. So we need additional people and additional leaders to take up those positions. In such cases, you need to plan. When you think of expanding itself, you need to put in this succession planning in place. And again, when the organization has diversification, or when your growth plans in offing is there, then you need to pull up both internal and the external resources as part of succession planning. There are certain features of succession planning. As I mentioned, it is a systematic process. There are various steps involved, and it also gives laborers, workers, or the people to work in an organization. And it is used for, succession planning is mainly used for higher level leadership positions and sometimes in middle level leadership positions. And usually it is as part of internal selection, and you need to have a proper key succession plan. So these are the features of any succession planning. And there are three major elements of succession planning. The first one is positions for which successors are needed. For which position you need to prepare and plan a successor. And identify, how do you identify those successors? And how are you going to groom those successors? So succession planning involves planning changes, habituating the same among the employees, and identify potential existing employees and leaders and utilize them for their growth and development. So in our organization, both in the nursing side and in the College of Nursing, for example, I was identified as a deputy some time back, and I was groomed under three different deans. And then I also served as a registrar looking after the admissions. So I was groomed under another dean and another registrar. When I started, I was a deputy. So you need to identify the potential existing employees and utilize them and mentor them and develop them. So another involvement of the succession planning is ensuring continuity of leadership and especially for the executive positions, and identifying a gap in the existing talent pool. Sometimes as you are growing within the organization, you might find some gap between 2 or 3 people or 5 people or 10 people who you have identified. So identify those gap in the talent pool and see that you mentor and give them that additional training and develop them. And there are certain guidelines for preparing this succession planning. The first one is you have to do capacity and needs assessment. And the second guideline is develop and implement the succession plan. And the third one is monitor and manage the plan. And as part of capacity and needs assessment, as I mentioned, in an organization, in any healthcare organization or institution, you need to identify the key positions for the organization. And the second one is you need to review and prioritize what are the current needs of that particular organization in line with the key positions which you are looking for a person. And then the emerging needs in future, how is it going to be? And prepare charts identifying key positions and individuals, and then identify and list the gaps which are existing. Now we know due to COVID, all of us are now forced to use the technology. So what are the different gaps which you identify in these successes? And then evaluate and assess the staff for goal identification. And the second guideline is development and implementing the succession plan. So develop and nurture the key people for the future, identify the career path for the key talented people or the talent which they possess, and formalize coaching and mentoring actions. And I'm sure Dr. Lata is going to talk about the mentoring and formalize the aggressive job rotation. You cannot put people only in the same place. They, as I said, they need to have varied experience and exposed to different areas of that particular leadership for which they have to be prepared for. The third important guideline is monitor and manage the plan. Always update the grooming plans. Grooming is mainly mentoring plans. Always you need to keep updating the grooming plans. You can't have the old HR plans. Now we are far ahead, so you need to groom the plans and address the concerns of the staff not selected in career advancement or succession plan. Career advancement is different and succession plan is different. And the succession plan is usually for the higher level positions, and the career advancement is different. Those who did not get into it, you need to have plan for the welfare of the organization, different plans for them, and address the contingencies, that is the events which may or may not happen. So these are some of the points you have to keep in mind under monitoring and managing the plan. What are the different steps in succession planning? We have planning, analysis, identification of talent pools, development of planning, and implementing the succession plan. There are different steps given by different people. This is by another author. And then succession planning models. I have no time to go into the detail. I have given one succession model, the changing workforce, seizing an opportunity. So under that, they have identified important succession planning elements as build a leadership pipeline, develop a critical function successors and staff development and training, develop retention strategies and knowledge management and transfer. And how are you going to do? What are the objectives? What are the planning tools which are given in this table? And as I mentioned, there are certain leadership competencies expected. You need to define what characteristics are desired. For example, in our organization, any administrator or administrative officer has to be appointed. We have a succession plan, and a circular is sent 6 months ahead of time before that leader completes. And so whole CMC community is known that there is going to be a leadership position, and every individual has the right to send back what characteristics you look for from a leader who is going to take up in that position. And also you have the right to nominate anybody who will fit into that, and also justify why are you nominating, why this person you say that this person is suitable, so that which characteristics the attribute they match. So that has to be given. And there will be later a committee is appointed with the nurse leader representative who's from external, and that committee, when they meet, they go through everything, all the communication, and they have notes, and then they shortlist 3 people at least or 5 people, and they are met by the interview committee, and then they are asked to make a presentation. Say, for example, when I took up as a dean, so what is my vision for the College of Nursing in future? And we have an integration model. How do you contribute to the nursing service? So like that, I had 5 questions based on which was just given half an hour before, and I was asked to make a presentation. Then they also, each individual in the organization has the right to meet the interview committee. So if I want to meet an interview committee for a nursing director's post, I can send a mail. I will be given a time. I can go talk, speak, why I want this person and why, what are the things I look for. How will she fit into this organization? So those things I have the right to express. So the other characteristics, leadership competencies are effectiveness, communication, ethics, knowledge, developing people, flexibility and adaptability, and the strategic initiative you need to have to plan for the organization, effective decision making, and you need to be oriented to your customers, your students, your patients, your colleagues, and the people with whom you are coming in touch with other colleges and other universities, and your achievement orientation. What is your goal as a leader for the next 5 years or the next 10 years? And what is your team orientation? So these are some of the competencies you need to look for when you develop your successors for the during the succession planning. And what should a small organization do? Suppose if it is a small organization, you create an organizational chart and list the age and year of service. What age group people are available and how many years of service they have, and what is a term position. Say, for example, in our organization, every administrative level person will have only 5 years, then we rotate. And then all the heads of department have 4 years, and then they rotate. So like that, there are certain terms and conditions. And when do you expect people to leave? Where do you expect to get the replacement from? From within or from outside? Within available? If not, from where you're going to get? And what are the strategies for that? Are you going to advertise? Are you going to have exam? Are you going to have interview? Are you going to ask educational institutions to give you names? So like that, you need to have a plan. And what the succession planning should not be. It says that succession planning is not with the following. It's not a one-time event. It's a long-term systematic approach. And it is not decided by an individual. It is decided by a team. And it is used solely for, it's not used solely for individual career advancement opportunities. It is for the organization. And it is not only reacting to when the position opens. It's a long-term planning, and line managers relying solely on their own knowledge, comfort with candidates. This is not a succession planning. And there are some differences between replacement and succession. Usually we are confused. In replacement, it is reactive. Somebody is resigning, immediately you replace. So that's reactive. But succession is proactive. Replacement is a form of risk management, whereas succession is planned future development. And replacement is substituting somebody, and succession is renewing. And replacement is narrow approach, and succession is an organized alignment. And replacement is restricted, whereas succession is flexible. And again, we are confused with traditional and future. Traditional way of planning leader is driven by the annual HR procedures, whereas now it is driven by current and future need of the organization. And in the traditional, entitlement focus is payback system decided in secret. Here it is not. Successes determined is by an open process with multiple inputs and factors, as I mentioned. And in traditional way, identified development actions, but no accountability. But now and in future, we need to have development plans, development discussions, and coaching with both candidates as well as the management mentors and others. And there are some benefits of the succession planning: fulfillment of leadership gaps, and then we can handle attrition easily, And if we can avoid uninspiring results in executive recruitment, and definitely if they are within the organization, it is economic, and then uncovering weaknesses. Sometimes, we keep changing when the new leader comes, she knows, she has learned what are the weaknesses, and from there she takes on. And rapid recruitment to meet the growth needs, planning for the disaster if suddenly somebody dies, or suddenly if somebody resigns and wants to go immediately abroad. So those things we can sort out, motivates the employees. Okay, I am developed and I have an opportunity to grow along with the institution, along with the institutional goals. That motivates the employees, and it strengthens the departmental relationships as you mentor your successors, and development of new skills and adjusting development programs. And at the same time, we also face some challenges. It depends on the size of the organization, and sometimes lack of financial resources and the nature of funding, attrition. I was planning for something for a particular clinical area, and I planned with a person who's supposed to be coming back after sabbatical leave. Yesterday, I have a mail saying that she's resigning. So I need to have another person at that level who is going to head. So we have prepared the other level of staff. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes all of a sudden there will be attrition and absence of young talented people. Sometimes you find you'll have people at a particular age, and there are different problems with older generation, younger generation, and sometimes the bad succession plan also is a challenge, and inadequate training. We have a plan, but we don't give training and develop them. Poor communication. We have a good plan, but it's not communicated properly. Essence of time and organizational needs. These are some of the challenges. And there are some problems faced by the Human Resource Development Department. It's a narrow focus one, and changes in the organization structure every now and then. And managing HR information is a challenge now. And the crown prince syndrome. Sometimes some people are only seen because repeatedly, because of their talents, they are identified. They are called as prince. Sometimes we are lost with that. Only those people are picked up. It should not be. And then talent drain. Sometimes some people are, used, and their talents are drained more comparing to even when some other successors are available. Only few people are involved, and their talents are drained. And there are some negative effects on the motivation which this HR department is facing. Some of the pitfalls of this succession planning is that keeping it as a secret. Most of the institutions keep it as a secret, and underestimating the talent within. Sometimes they underestimate whatever talents are available within the organization. Sometimes we are too narrow-minded, too old, too young. This person is rough, tough, different. Focusing exclusively on hard skills and not offering training, expecting employees to self-identify, not holding managers accountable for succession planning. And all these are some of the pitfalls as we go through the succession planning we'll come across. And finally, to conclude, succession planning is nurturing your entire talent pipeline, and which is very essential, which is a critical need in the healthcare organizations, both in the service as well as in the education side. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope I have, within the time limit, I have completed. Maybe I was very fast. You can email me if you want to have any clarifications at any time, or you can put your questions in the chat box. I can answer later also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your profound knowledge on succession planning with all of us. Any questions from the participants? Ma'am, as there is no questions in the chat box, so I feel like got a clear idea about succession planning. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It was an excellent presentation, ma'am. Very nice.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Lata. Thank you. Can I exit? I have another meeting.
Yes.
Can I leave the meeting? Thank you very much.
Thank
Good afternoon,
you,
Dr. Lata. I said hi to you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Nice meeting all of you on the virtual platform. And thanks, Madam Prabha, for meeting me. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome.
Now we will move towards the next session that will be on employee knowledge management process. Speaker for this session will be Lata Venkatesh, Professor and Principal, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi. There is a brief introduction about Madam. Starting with the education qualification, Madam has pursued PhD, Masters in Business Administration. She has a rich experience of 31 years as formal principal for Apollo College of Nursing, Chennai. Currently, Madam is working as professor cum principal, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi. Madam has 170 journal articles, publications, and 6 books in her account. Others, she has been Senate Board of Studies Governing Council member for the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Doctoral Advisory Committee member of IGNU, member of Board of Research into University, and Principal Assessor of NABH. Madam, we are very proud to have you for our session, and over to you, Madam, for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you for that kind introduction. I'm just trying to share my screen. I will. Is my screen visible? Are you able to see the screen?
Not yet.
Sorry,
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Is that all right now?
It's coming up, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Now it is.
Yeah. At the outset, thank you very much to MGM College of Nursing for giving me an opportunity and inviting me to talk on employee knowledge management process. I think when the organizers contacted me, I immediately agreed for the topic. I thought it is knowledge management and what is going to be new. It's our induction, ongoing training. Like that, I thought I will be able to talk from my experience. But then when I started browsing, I understood it is an entirely ununderstood or incompletely understood concept by all of us. So it really gave me a learning experience to understand what do we mean by knowledge management process, then particularly employee knowledge management process. So there is a definition for knowledge management. American Productivity and Quality Center defines knowledge management as a collection of systematic approaches to help information and knowledge flow to and between the right people at the right time, in the right format, at the right cost, so they can act more efficiently and effectively to create value for the organization. So the key takeaways from this definition are mainly the use of the word right. Only when an employee has the right knowledge available to them at right time, they can act immediately and provide maximum output towards their work and to the organization. So this is the definition of knowledge management. And currently, what are we doing? It is currently, if we see, hospitals have got induction program. That is, before an employee joins the organization, a structured induction program is essential for them to undergo, in which they are taught about the institutional policies, procedures, their rights and responsibilities, and the patient's rights and responsibilities, and some of the common aspects like patient safety and common protocols which are applicable across the organization are being included in the induction program. Afterwards, during their posting in the specific ward, there are specific training or knowledge management which happens where they learn the area specific skills, like if they are posted in emergency, OT, ICU, or labor room, the skills necessary to function in those areas are being concentrated, and they are being educated either through preceptors or mentors. That happens during their practice. And afterwards, once they gain experience, the in-service education takes place, or the continuing nursing education takes place to update them with the current concepts. the emerging newer diseases, or new equipments are introduced in the hospital, new protocols are introduced in the hospital, or when they have their change of workplace, it happens. This is what is currently happening in the hospital before, during, and after. But then what is important is changing the behavior of the employee, and we are able to increase their productivity. That is more important. And this change in the employee behavior will not happen overnight. It is a process. If you see, it takes 18 to 24 months to complete the entire knowledge management or knowledge transfer. That's what the studies say. Initially, they will be in the stage of awareness, where they will be developing their awareness about the organization and what they are supposed to perform, about the culture, the soft skills, the structure of the organization, what are all the major events, what are the expectations of the top management. This awareness will go on during the initial period. Then for the next 6 months, they will become brand knowledgeable. They will become knowledgeable about the organization in terms of, again, the culture, the hard skills, structure, training, and face-to-face internal communications with the higher authorities or with the team members. Then the next 12 months, they start believing in the brand. They get attached to the brand. They stop talking about the strengths of the organization. So they develop the skills and they become competent and confident enough to talk for the organization or contribute to the organization. And then they become the brand deliverer. The brand deliverer is, they are able to support the system. They are able to support the novice people entering into it. They are able to give them the advices or their ideas to promote the functioning of the organization, and they are willing to transfer their knowledge to the successors. That is called a cascading effect. No, so all those happen. So these are all the processes. But unfortunately, in nursing, the moment they reach this 18 to 24 month stage, they are ready to leave the organization, especially in the private setting. And because they want to go abroad, or other organizations are willing to offer them a higher position. So retaining them at this stage, at 18 to 24 months, is very important. So what are we going to do to retain them? That is very important in the knowledge management process, because in the next coming slides, I will be talking about the types of knowledge. There is a tacit knowledge. Tacit knowledge is something invisible, abstract, an experienced person gains, and she gives her wisdom to others. So those kind of people we must be able to retain. If we are able to retain them, then the knowledge management process is successful in any given organization. So if you see, what are we currently doing? I was just thinking, when I saw the slide, I thought we were doing all these years only information management, not really the knowledge management. And thanks for the organizers for choosing a wonderful topic, a very meaningful topic, because it gave me a lot of insight to understand what we were wrongly believing these days. We were only doing information knowledge management, not really the knowledge management. So let us see the difference between the information management and knowledge management. Information management is, you give the numbers, facts, structured. You may be giving the SOP, standard operating procedures, or the statistics of key performance indicators in the hospital. Then it is all technology driven, and it is explicit information. That means it is well defined, easy to identify, share, it is structured or articulated, and we know about the facts, statistics, etc. And it is easy to copy. If somebody prepares the content, anybody can talk, and you need to develop only once the material required for induction program or ongoing program, and it happens and it is utilized by many people. So that way we do only information management. That is, whatever we know, we want to transfer it to the younger generation. This is what we do. But then knowledge management is something different. Knowledge management is structured, but it is the wisdom, it is the understanding, and it is people oriented, and it is process and management driven. You need people to drive it. It is not that you can depend on the technology and make the people to self-learn. It requires people to envision what the nurses need to know and what is going to be the future, how to engage them, the methods to make them more productive, to make them more creative. So it is people driven and it is tacit. Tacit means it is not visible. It is unarticulated. It is hard to identify and share. That is why people say that some organizations are very successful because of some leaders. They will say that so and so was the principal that time, the institution was doing very well, or so and so has joined and the institution has become suddenly popular. Suddenly they have become productive. These kind of comments will come because the knowledge management is a tacit component. And know-how is they know how to act, how to plan and experience and promote innovation. And it is hard to copy. You cannot copy. You can copy the practices of an organization, but you cannot copy the culture of an organization because that is associated with the people. It is depending upon the people. One individual is not the same. So that way, the knowledge management is something different from information management, and we need to recognize, are we doing information management or knowledge management? So it is really an eye-opening concept. And where are we today? If you see how we are managing either the information or knowledge, I think this slide I have copied from the internet. It may not be applicable to Indian scenario, but in the Western countries, we are. I think now only we are in 1998 to 2004 era. If you see here, from traditional and computer-assisted learning to e-learning era, then blended and informal learning, and now we are in collaborative, talent-driven learning. See the words, you see talent-driven. Now people are talking about the talent quotient. When you are interviewing your employees, when you are giving them opportunity to work, you need to not only look at their educational qualification or their skills or the years of experience, or their IQ. Now you have to look at their talent quotient. So this talent quotient and talent management and using them in collaboration is the current concept in the knowledge management. And if you see the evolution of the employee experience, any employee when they join an organization, how do they grow as far as the knowledge is concerned? First, they will be in the utility stage. Utility stages, this is an imitation stage where they will be looking at what others are doing and what are all the resources available. How can I make use of it? And it is a stage of utilizing the existing resources to perform. Next stage, they become to the productivity stage. In the productivity stage, there will be slight improvement and they optimize. And they are able to perform better without any errors. They will become very proficient and confident in doing the repeatable procedures. Like a nurse joins initially, when you ask her to assist for intubation or let her be part of the code blue team, initially she may not know. She will be understanding by looking at the mock drills and how others are performing. But in the productivity, she will be the best performer. She will know the routine and she will be able to perform better. So, excuse me 1 minute. She will be able to perform better. That is the productive stage where they are confident about the routines in their workplace. The next stage is engagement. In the engagement, they want to perform better. They want to become innovative. They want to start sharing the changes what they require in the working environment. That is engagement, where they get involved and they want certain modifications, some improvements, some resources, so that they will be able to perform in their having ideas and plans. Next is experience. They are to train their juniors, and they will be able to focus upon sustaining the practices of the organization by transferring their knowledge to others and whatnot. this is the fourth. If an organization is more experienced people, then that the organization will spend less time on routine activities, and they will be able to concentrate on developmental activities. So these are the kinds of people we will have in an organization at multiple levels. So we need to have adequate skill mix, you know. So if you have an adequate skill mix, you'll be able to handhold the nurses and will be able to encourage them to contribute through their ideas, innovations, and patient satisfaction can promote it, and the organization will have stability. So this is the evolution of the employee experience as far as the knowledge is concerned. So using this, if you see knowledge management in organization, this graph shows how we can do it. We have to move from experience to novelty, from past. So how can we move from the level of data to information, information to knowledge, knowledge to wisdom? Wisdom is utilizing the experience to guide the existing system and also look for future and design future and have vision for the future. So this is a very nice graph. All these graphs I have never seen before, and I really enjoyed the. Starting from gathering, if you see on the left side, it is the context and the horizontal bars on understanding. So we need to understand the context and understanding. So if you see here, starting from gathering of parts, connection of parts, formation of a whole, and joining of the wholes, that is multiple ideas, components that is made into a system or structure, and it is happening from researching, absorbing, doing, interacting, and reflecting. This reflecting, the feedback is very important. Redesigning the systems, redesigning the processes, and all the time have novelty, newer introduction of newer approaches. All these will be part of the knowledge management in organizations. So we can use this graph to guide and structuring the knowledge management process. And if you see the global scenario, if you look at the research, the statistics show that management solutions, and between 7 to 20% graph, all these graphs I have never seen a problem from scratch when the solution already exists somewhere in the company. See this understanding. So we need to understand the context and the understanding. So if you see here, where because they are not aware of the knowledge management solutions which are already present in the organization. So this was the study find. And if you see current scenario, especially COVID has taught us how to utilize the technology, how to use the virtual mode for disseminating to get connected and to cut the borders. We are able to get connected across the globe. Any speaker, you can call them and you can ask them to. So how can we move from the level of data speak? And a lot of them is what resources say, you know, I need not worry about the traveling and where will I stay. Guide the existing newer introduction of newer approaches. So this is a very nice will be part of the knowledge to guide planning and structuring the knowledge management process. And the horizontal bar is on. And today when I was started traveling, when I was coming in the car, I was attending the presentation in the mobile. So that way we are able to you can do multiple tasks at the same time. And between 7 of these possibilities we explored. So thanks to COVID has done the best researching education sector, especially for the knowledge management. Knowledge management. And if you see the different technologies deliver accurate real-time information, we know how many participants were there, especially COVID, how many minutes they have attended, when did they leave. All those are already documented, you know. The what to say, the data sheet gets generated at the end of the presentation, how many were present, how long they were present, how many minutes they attended, and if you have pre-test, post-test, improvement scores, everything is technology. This to be used like guide the future knowledge management system. And if you see the evidence-based practices at global level about the employee knowledge management, 40% of the US workforce is eligible to retire within the next 5 years, according to 2007 BLS study. Therefore, the importance of knowledge retention, because the experienced members is inevitable, but then we also have to maintain as 40% of the employees how to engage them. So therefore, the importance of knowledge retention is a growing concern for organizations across industries. If properly implemented, knowledge management is a worthwhile investment that promote efficiency, learning, innovation, and competitive advantage. Yesterday, the solution with the professor who was here some 20-30 years, but then they are all storehouse of knowledge and wisdom, you know. Talking to them will give us a lot of learning experience. Probably we do have an organizational structure to fit the employees or the elderly people who are experienced. But then we should have the provision to utilize the experience of people or the wisdom of people who have worked in an environment for a longer period of time. So the employee knowledge management, if you see at the national level, evidence-based practices, empirical study of employee perception regarding knowledge management in India. Also in 2008, a study was published. So this survey fact about Indian organizations was revealed that knowledge management implementation shows that employees have a positive attitude towards knowledge management, and OKM is still in its infancy. But from this survey, it is seen that employees are willing to share their expertise, provided there is a proper platform and recognition system existent in the process. It is interesting to see that people don't consider knowledge sharing as an additional responsibility and time-consuming activity, which is a sign of acceptance of care. So this is the abstract knowledge management, that is knowledge sharing. The people who know better, or the people who are well informed, the people who are having better wisdom, are able to share their wisdom, share their experience, and contribute towards the organizations. And the organizations need to create platform to utilize them of experienced people. So that's the crux of knowledge management. It is not appointing a nurse educator. Having one of my students. And today when I started traveling, how many were present, how long they were present, how many minutes they attended, and if you have pre-test. Those tests, improvement scores, everything is technology. So this is going to. When I was coming in the car, I was attending the presentation in the mobile. So that this has to be used as a light of the employee knowledge, the elderly people who are experienced.
Excuse me, ma'am. Madam, your voice is breaking actually.
Hello? Can I continue?
Yes, ma'am. The voice. Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure. Now it is audible.
Now only it is audible. It was not audible before.
Ma'am, it was breaking in between actually.
Okay. So now this is the third layer. Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am, you continue. Please continue.
Yeah. Storage layer. Storage layer is you can store the knowledge component in the database. That is through metadata, taxonomies, indexes, emails, meeting notes, attachments, and expert details, or you can have it in the files. So this is how the interface, the knowledge transfer, and the storage. So these are all the components of knowledge management system. And invest in knowledge management. Do we need to invest in knowledge management? Yes, definitely a big yes, because we can preserve the knowledge of the workers, and then we can reduce the risk and failures. We can easily introduce the change management and handle it, and we can fuel innovation, and we can make better decision making. So what are all the types of knowledge? When it comes to knowledge in the workplace, there are two types of knowledge. This was also something new for me, that is explicit knowledge and tacit knowledge. This is like the difference between information management and knowledge management. There also we saw what is explicit knowledge and what is tacit knowledge. So understanding these two main types of knowledge will be crucial as you learn how to navigate the process of gathering and implementing your knowledge management system. Now let us see quickly what is explicit knowledge and tacit knowledge. Explicit knowledge is documented. It is in the form of tasks and procedures, reports, processes, and policy manuals, and it is easy to record. Whereas the tacit knowledge is the invisible component. It is unwritten knowledge from memory.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Any problem?
Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah.
The screen sharing is not enabled, ma'am. We are not able to see the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second. Oh, all these. Oh, you didn't see the slides then? Very interesting slides.
No,
very interesting slides missed. What to do?
No, just few slides back. Previously, we were able to see.
Sorry. Are you able to see now?
No, ma'am. It is not visible.
Now? Now are you able to see?
Yes,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right. So, it is the difference between the explicit knowledge and tacit knowledge. Tacit knowledge is the knowledge management process, whereas explicit is the information management process. So tacit is unwritten knowledge from memory, and people know how, and it is difficult to retain because we lose the experienced people. And factors influencing the knowledge management are, they have to identify they are in which stage of the life cycle, the type of business they do. It, of course, for us, it is hospital industry, or it may be education, or it may be palliative care, or other arenas of nursing. And core competencies, what are all the core competencies? The leadership and culture, the infrastructure available, and the competition. We can put it in the other way. We need to be updated with the latest trends, because healthcare delivery system is ever changing and ever evolving. So these are all the factors influencing. And I'll just click this slide. And if you see three important cases for knowledge management is, first one is augmenting the service and support the staff capabilities. This is done at the initial stage, and then empowering employees via self-help or self-care capabilities, and then enabling any new support capabilities. This will be the three stages of knowledge management. And the third stage, you can use the artificial intelligence, because they are already experienced and only some kind of strengthening is required, and we can use artificial intelligence. And if you see knowledge management program, you have to see where it is needed. Do you require any process change, or do you have newly joined nurses who have to be trained, or you want to keep all of them together in the unit, or how you will be able to better support the team. So you need to know the process, advice, improvement, and people. And then knowledge management program, it is the act of recording, sharing knowledge. So let us see a model or a conceptual framework which can guide the knowledge management program. There are 5 pillars, that is the environment, economy, the society, the polity, and technology. And you require the leadership, the support from the organization, available technology which is latest, and the willingness of the employees to learn. So it involves the collaboration between multiple disciplines. So you need to have the knowledge about the managerial science, the organizational development, about the computer science, and the psychology of the learners. So the collaboration between these components are essential to implement a successful knowledge management program. So those are all theory. How can we do it practically? There are several steps. Some of the steps are: establish the knowledge management program objectives, and you prepare the employees for the change and define the high level process as a foundation, and you determine and prioritize what are all the technology you require for implementing knowledge management, and assess the current state and build a knowledge implementation roadmap, and then you implement it and you measure and improve the knowledge management program. So these are all the steps. And the components, if you see, you need to have the knowledge strategy and learning competence development. Then you need to have knowledge oriented culture and management, and the knowledge identification and transfer, and the availability of information. So it is from competitiveness to competence, actions. If you see from here, the symbols to data, data to information, information to knowledge, knowledge to actions, action to competence, and competitiveness. When you reach the stage of competitiveness, then your institution will be already top ranking among all the other institutions. So this is the growth curve which is given for the knowledge management for translating from the theory to practice. And if you look at this slide, this is within the corporations. How it happens is you are supposed to have the position information management. That is, in your information management, what all you are going to provide for the employees. Then suppose this is during the entry stage. Then detection of relocation. Suppose if you post one nurse in the ward initially for 3 months or 6 months, then once you find her capable, you transfer her into ICU or theater. Then you have to plan the necessary training required to work in a complex area. Then you also have to have the security management, because you will be developing a lot of protocols, procedures, novice methods, and that may be taken away by the employees who are leaving your organization. You know that plagiarism can happen there. So you have to have the security management system, and then you are supposed to have the departmental support, and and there should be networking. So this has to be planned, because otherwise you will be losing your content to others. I have gone for assessment of some of the hospital SOPs from other hospitals, and even the name of the hospital may not have changed in some places, or they will write that in the basement of the hospital, this has to be done in the 7th floor of the hospital, whereas that hospital will not have basement or 7th floor. So like that, no, there are you have to have the security system, so your data is, or your knowledge components are not taken away by other organizations. You can give with the permission, but not taken away without your permission. Then this is how it happens. Nowadays, the learning takes place not only through formal lectures, formal conferences and workshops. It is taking place through social media. Majority of the information we are able to learn through our WhatsApp. Daily we are seeing WhatsApp, and most of the messages are shared in the WhatsApp. So it saves a lot of time. It doesn't require proper structuring, planning, and implementing. All those are not required. You can use the social media simply to share knowledge, Facebook or WhatsApp or those of social media. And learning in teams, you can create the teams and discuss. Virtual methods have come, simulation has come, now tele-simulation has come, virtual simulation has come. So we need to utilize all these strategies and develop the collaborative designs. And these are all some of the knowledge management in healthcare. I think I'm exceeding my time. And if you see, this is the levels of knowledge management maturity. So you can evaluate the maturity level of your organization. Are you at the growing and awareness stage? That is the level 1, initial stage, and level 2 is the developing stage, where you have localized and repeatable practices, and level 3 is standardization of the practices. Level 4 is you have optimized the practices, and level 5 you have reached the innovative stage, which is a continuously evolving step. So if you see the knowledge, associated knowledge is ad hoc knowledge, applied knowledge, leveraged knowledge, and dynamic knowledge. So have we reached the stage of dynamic knowledge management? So that is the indicator, or this is the framework which you can use to evaluate the level of knowledge management in your organizations. And it is not so easy. There are certain challenges which has to be faced and overcome. That is employee motivation, the technology available, the accuracy of measuring knowledge, keeping the system secure, knowledge, the accuracy, a support form from senior leadership, making the search easy, and rewarding active contributors. Rewarding and recognition of the experienced employees are very important so that they are retained to transfer their wisdom to the organization. And how to retain great employees, how to retain them. You have to communicate your expectations clearly to the experienced faculty or the staff, and you allow the employees to use their talents and skills. Don't intimidate them or don't block them. You have to encourage and provide a platform for employees to speak their minds freely. Many a times they are afraid, if I speak, will I face any repercussions? So the freedom to express their ideas is limited in many organizations. So you can have brainstorming sessions, you can have suggestion boxes, you can invite their suggestions. Those kind of activities should be planned, and you have to appreciate them, and you have to provide quality management or supervision. So these are all the methods of managing the knowledge of the employees. And thank you very much. It's really a wonderful topic which gave me an opportunity to explore and learn. Otherwise, I was thinking I was at the information management level, and now I know knowledge management is not only information management, it is much more than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for that excellent session. The session was filled with so much of value. No question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lata Venkatesh. It was excellent session. And we too have learned in depth about knowledge management.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, madam. Thank you. It is really a new concept,
Yes.
It has really opened my eyes about the knowledge management. Yes. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Sudha Reddy, madam, and Dr. Minimol Varghese, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. Nice to see Lata after a long time. And
yes, Dr. Sudha, nice to see you.
Yeah.
I was thinking for a few months, there was a transition from Chennai to Delhi, and a lot of instability. Yeah. Yes. I'm waiting to hear from you.
I know. Be in touch. You're doing good.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sorry for the delay. Our eminent speaker, Ms. Minimol Varghese, Chief Nursing Officer, Fortis Healthcare Limited, Mulund, Mumbai, Maharashtra, will be speaking on employee mentoring and performance appraisal. A brief introduction about Madam. Madam has graduated from SNDT University and has total 26 years of experience in nursing field, which includes 10 years of clinical and 16 years of nursing administration. Has Six Sigma Green Belt Hospital Administration. Has Six Sigma Green Belt Hospital Administration and Quality Control Management certification to her credit. Vice President for CCNS, Internal Auditor for JCI and NABH, with more than 10 articles published in national and international journal. Conferred with the Special Award for COVID-19 by FICCI 2020 for her exemplary work as a frontline worker in the fight against COVID-19. Madam has won multiple awards for various QIPs conducted in the hospital. Madam, we welcome you for the session and requested you to proceed for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am Prabha, and the faculty for choosing me as a speaker for wonderful sessions which are going on since 3 days. Of course, the topic which is given to me is very much applicable in the hospital scenario. I can see most of the speakers are from the college background, but the topic which is given to me, what we do it in our day-to-day life, and I think we are exceeding the time, but I'll try to limit my time, and the participants will be able to understand what I am going to say about mentorship and performance appraisal today within this time which is given to me. So let me share the screen. Is it visible?
Yes. Yes, sir. You can put it in a slideshow.
Okay. Okay, so today I am, so Jyoti, is it visible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so today I'll be talking about on mentorship program and about performance appraisal. So the objectives, what I have put down is for the participant to understand what is mentorship and the objectives, and what is the mentoring process, and who is a mentor and a mentee, and what is the definition of performance appraisal, objectives of the performance appraisal process, and what are the characteristics of a good performance appraisal program, and to know who is the appraiser and the appraisee, and about the appraisal process. Now, when we come to a mentorship program, see in India, especially private hospital, what we are the current challenge, what we face is the attrition. Now, attrition to an extent we can't prevent because there is lot of opportunities which is there outside India we are getting. But one thing what we can prevent is new nurses who are going less than 1 year, joining an organization and leaving within 1 to 2 months. That means there is a issue is in that organization if there are a lot of attrition in the new joinees. Now, how do we prevent this problem? So one solution is mentorship. Now, let's see in mentorship, there is a mentor and a mentee. Now, who is a mentor? Mentor is a qualified person, or an experienced person give advice to a new person to handhold her when she's joined new in an organization for her day-to-day work. So in the nursing scenario, so a new nurse who is a fresh nurse who joined and the team leader level hand-holding her day-to-day basis till she becomes get oriented to that department. So the person who is guiding her is a mentor. Now, who is a mentee? Mentee is a person who is trained under the mentor in a set period of time. So it can be 1 month to 2 months to 3 months till she learn about the policies and procedure. Now see, look at this nurse in the slide. This is a typical new nurse. See, I get lot of new nurses from South who comes. So I always feel the first day when they are joining, so usually induction all happens in a period, maybe she's joined after 10 months, induction happens. Sometimes maybe after 10 days induction happens, or sometimes after 1 month happens. So this is a nurse who joined. So, you know, look at her, what all she must be thinking, or what are her, how will I talk to the seniors? My in charge is so senior. Can I approach her? Oh, there is phone is ringing. Now, if I will pick up the phone, if the doctor asks something, will I be able to answer? Or how will I ask certain question? Oh, this is a very silly question. Whom I will ask? I am feeling very homesick. I have come from Kerala. I don't know the language. I don't know Marathi. I don't know Hindi. How will I communicate with others? All nurses in the unit are seniors. There are equipments, there are alarms. So this is a new joinee nurse. See, look at her condition. Now, how will she come out from this stage? If she doesn't have anyone to handhold her, there is no one to guide her, maybe within 1 or 2 months, she'll say tata bye-bye to that organization. So here mentorship help. Now, what is a mentorship process? So when you are saying mentoring means mentor to a new nurse or a new joinee or someone taken a new role. So how long, what is the time period you have to have the mentorship program? It is can be a month till 2 months. Now what is the supposed to do? There is a mentee and a mentor. So the mentor you have to put along with mentee. Example, if I am the mentee, Jyoti is my mentor. Now my duty and Jyoti's duty has to be put together. So if Jyoti does morning, I will also do morning duty. The in-charge responsibility is the new nurse comes, the in-charge will call me and tell me, so Jyoti, this is your nurse whom you have to handhold. This is your mentee. So for whatever 2 months, you will shadow her. Means Jyoti morning duty karega, so I will do morning. Jyoti evening means I will do evening. Jyoti night duty means I will do night. Jyoti chai peene ko jayega, so Jyoti is supposed to take me. That is hand holding. So there is lot of difference between mentoring and preceptorship. Preceptorship means a clinical, that is a person who is an expert, just guide, to supervise, to instruct. Mentoring means little more, getting involved. So mentor is responsible for mentee. So Jyoti is responsible for me. If I don't answer, if I don't get oriented to the unit, or if I am saying I am going to leave after 3 months, then Jyoti is responsible. So you are giving a new nurse to a senior for a set period of time to handhold her to the environment, to learn the policies and protocol. So the mentor can address the mentee's queries and give feedback. So it is a whole process. Now, what is the objectives of mentorship program? Why do we do, and what is the objective? So there is a culture of continuous learning. As nurses joined, she need to get oriented to the department. Example, a new nurse joined to the ICU. She may not have ICU experience, and there is a mentor given to her. So she develop her to the individual development and knowledge transfer. Senior knows, she will help her to improve her knowledge level. Then second is there is retention, engagement, and empower. As I said in the beginning, when anyone is comfortable to certain organization, or they know the culture is good, so they know there is someone to handhold, and creating a good environment, so that there is retention of the staff, they get engaged and the nurses get empowered. Then you have the mentor can evaluate the mentee, how she is she a successor or after certain period of development, you come to know what are the strength of that person, and you can have succession plan and the development of, there is a relationship, and there is career path and development can be created through this process. Now, what is mentoring? What are the role of a mentor? Now, again, we'll bring with the example. Now, Jyoti is my mentor. So what is her responsibility? So I come in the morning. So I am with her. We do together. We take the patient assignment. So usually praise and for the good things when we do, there is praise is given with whatever good things, accomplishment and abilities. When we do something, giving positive feedback. Oh, you have done very well. Okay, so this patient you have to done. Okay, you yesterday whatever we have learned and today you are able to put it into practice. So giving positive feedback. So when you give positive feedback, the person become more confident. Okay. Now, if she does some mistake, you correct, the mentor corrects her, and so that she will learn from the mistake. So there is success. Then how do you direct? The mentor monitor the progress of the mentee. Okay. And then coaching. So of course there is coaching going on. So the mentor will identify the issues and escalate further, live up to the promises and commitments, exhibit, and the mentor is the role model for the mentee. Okay, so it is always, I feel, if an in charge is smart and good, I have seen that department nurses are empowered. They are not scared of the consultant. They feel so because in charge is very confident. Okay, in charge is knowledgeable. So always the junior nurses look at the seniors. They always go through that path. So as a mentor, they have to become the role model behavior. Now, if I have a problem, example in hostel. So we will take the, I am in the hostel. Okay, I have lot of problem in my room with my seniors, whoever is there. Now, whom I have to escalate? I don't have anyone. I don't have any friends here, but I have a mentor. So I can go and tell my mentor, I have problems. So personal crisis and problems can be shared. Assist in goal setting and decision making. When we look after patient or when we have to do goal setting, when we have to have a care plan, the mentor is there to support the mentee. Then you create training for creating policies, procedure, creating a culture in the organization, and recognize and encourage the potential. When we work together for 2 to 3 months, you come to know, okay, so these are the strength and there is always a encouragement. So this is the role of a mentor. Now, is only role for mentor? There is role for mentee. So the mentee is supposed to report issues, hardships are encountered, work together with the guidance and supervision of the mentor, provide feedback to in-charge supervisor for the training received under the mentor. Responsibility, or so the person is supposed to learn and to develop her growth, seek challenging assignments and responsibilities, and ask for feedback. So the mentee can ask the mentor, please give me feedback. Where are my supposed to improve my skills? Okay, so articulate professional learning needs to mentor and ask question and share concerns. So these are the role of a mentee. Now we have seen what is mentorship. Now we have seen the mentorship has happened. The nurses in the organization for a year. So now what is next happens? So a mediocre mentor tells, a good mentor explains, superior mentor demonstrate, a greatest mentor inspire. So I think whoever listening to here, when you all go to the specialty students, go to your practical area, when you become senior, be like a mentor. Okay, so now the mentor is, mentee is become a year. Okay, so she is 1 year completed in the organization. There is a good mentor who developed her. So I am ready for appraisal. Now, what do you mean by appraisal? So let's see what is performance appraisal. Performance appraisal is a review of employees' job performance in the company for a set period of time. Okay, so Finally, when everyone wait for performance appraisal. Why? Because after performance appraisal, you will get your increment. But performance appraisal, it's a very small process? No. Sometimes look at this slide. The boss is telling the staff, your performance has been terrible this year. Get ready to pack up your bag and leave. And that poor employee is thinking, throughout the year, I did not receive any feedback. Now, why is my boss telling me to leave? So now let's see what is performance appraisal and how can be a good performance appraiser and a appraisee. So what is objectives of this session, performance appraisal? To promote the employees on the basis of performance and competence, to identify the requirement. Is it only for increment? No, it is to identify the requirement of training. Third is to give confirmation of the employees who are hired on a probationary employees. So to take decision regarding the employees' pay incentives. There is always a good communication between superior and subordinate during the performance appraisal. And the employee will understand where does that person stand in the terms of performance on the year. Now, when in performance appraisal, there are two people mainly involved. There is an appraisee and an appraiser. Now, who is the appraiser? Appraiser is the one who performed the appraisal. So, Jyoti is now my in charge and I am the staff. Now, she is going to be my appraiser and I am the appraisee. Now, what is one who performs appraisal? Now, can Jyoti just come and say, oh, Mini, come and I am going to do your appraisal? No. Jyoti need to have a proper training, explanation, and to be prepared before the performance appraisal. Now, appraisee, I also have to prepare myself. I cannot have, okay, I am giving injection. Jyoti is calling me, Mini, come sit here for appraisal. So I am worried about my patient. It needs to be well prepared. So I am supposed to prepare myself. Jyoti is going to give me feedback. I am supposed to take the feedback positively. Okay. And I have to go through my performance highlight. She may tell me, Mini, you have not done this, you have not done this, you have not done this. But I will have my backend data with me. I have done this. I was the star performer of this month. I was the best nurse and I was the hand hygiene championship. So if Jyoti will tell me, I need to have my data ready to tell her these are my achievements. Okay, so when faced with criticism, but when she is giving me her feedback, I have to take calm and objectively, I have to listen to her. And for the actions, I have to take my responsibility for my action. So, and I have to prepare my questions to her, what is next, okay, and identify and document support required for the coming year. And who can be do appraisal? Immediate supervisor. Self-appraisal has to be done. Immediate supervisor, higher management, other evaluation team, co-workers, customers, or 360 appraisal is from peer and all the round with the team. Now, what is the appraisal process? How do you do? So, you need to have a set standard on the job analysis. That means, if I am a new joinee or I have a nurse, when I joined, I need to have my job description. What are my deliverables for the year? Okay, so if it is ICU nurse will have certain job deliverables. Ward nurse will have certain job deliverables. OT nurse will have certain job responsibilities. So I have a set standard on job analysis. Now I am supposed to create from my job description about has to be an evaluation tool for appraisal process. So evaluation tool is created. Now, as my senior, Jyoti is supposed to communicate and tell me, this is your evaluation. You have to do your self-appraisal. I need to know, where do I stand? Did I do this? I was supposed to do QR. So I became an in charge. Now Jyoti is my CNO. So I am supposed to do my QIP. So I need to know, okay, Jyoti, this is in my set KRA. So is it there you have to fill this process, and I have to go to Jyoti. So I will do my self-analysis. I will measure the performance. Now, when you are measuring the performance, it can be in various tools. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tools are used. 1 being not met, 3 means good, 4 is very good, and 5 is outstanding. So you compare your standard with rating. Now, the appraiser rate the employee's performance. There is a self-appraisal. Then there is another scoring by the supervisor. Then you communicate the rating to the employee, and you see the decision-making and developmental process. Now, what are the characteristics of good appraisal? So it is based on the philosophy. It has to be based on the philosophy, purpose, and objectives of the organization. There has to be a proper job description written in the manner, so that has to be a checklist. It not be an annual or half-yearly ritual. Means what? As a supervisor, it is very important to give. It is time to time give feedback. Otherwise, in the end, finally, your employee or your nurse will be unhappy if it is an annual basis. Every time, whenever there are something good happens, and or whenever there is needs for improvement, it has to be communicated and it has to be documented. Now, how do you document? Like in our hospital, we use staff diary. Now, who maintains the staff diary? The in charge maintains a staff diary. Now, what is it written in the staff diary? Every nurse in the diary, the respective in charge has 20 nurses. For each nurse in the diary, there is a page. Now, the in charge do certain anecdotes in the diary. Sometimes it is needs for improvement. Sometimes maybe there are some things she's done very well, she documents. So when during appraisal, the in charge has the staff diary which is kept with her, so that she has all the story of the year, so that she can discuss with the in charge. So like for me, I am the CNO. So when I do my in charge's appraisal, I have my data ready, so that I know what questions to ask, what to tell her, what were her strengths, what are the good things she has done in the last year, or is there any development plan I have with her. So it has to be documented, and so that we can discuss with the appraising. So there has to be appraisal tool. We have said key result areas are identified. So when do you identify? You have to identify your key result areas in advance, not at the appraisal time. So, and whoever is evaluating, they has to be trained in the tool, and support has to be given from top management, and it has to be considered to be fair and productive. It cannot be a partiality, because I am Jyoti's favorite, so Jyoti will give me outstanding, and maybe someone else is not Jyoti's favorite, and Jyoti may give her 2 needs for him. It cannot be like that. When you know, or if there is a person who is doing appraisal first time in nursing, what we do is we help the educators to be with the in charge to do appraisal. And it has to be a two-way communication. The strength and the weakness of the employee has to be discussed during appraisal. So it is a time-consuming process. You can't do appraisal, just a nurse is doing some procedure, and as an appraiser, I can't call her or the last moment and do an appraisal. So this is an example of a performance management template, which we use in our hospital for a clinical instructor. So has sound knowledge about the IT, sound knowledge about compassion and care of. So the appraisee performs a score, and there is another page when appraiser has to rate the employee. Now, if we do all these processes, I think she's done a very mentorship is done. The nurse is in the organization for 2 years, and she's the in charge is given good feedback, or taken time to do appraisal. So you can see a satisfied employee in the end of appraisal. I got some additional privileges. So the in charge is going to make me as a link nurse for the infection control. Okay, so she's been given additional responsibility. And she says, okay, I got due credit for my accomplishment and rewarded. All the areas of improvement discussed so I can work better. Okay, so I could communicate easily my concern to my superior. Now I wanted to attend ACLS, so my training need are identified and it is going to get fulfilled in the coming year. And I am going to be promoted as a specialty nurse. So look at the nurse with the wings. So she is satisfied. She will be able to give the best care to the patient. If the nurse is satisfied, nurse is happy, she feels, wow, let me go and I don't want to take, there are two sets of employees. एक क्यों ड्यूटी पे जाना है, क्या है बोरिंग है, उधर इंचार्ज चिल्लाते हैं, टीम लीडर चिल्लाते हैं. So that is one set. Another set is, wow, today I have to go and look after my patients, and and I'm so happy today the person who was critical and was on ventilator and now going to get discharged. So there is a nurse who is eager to go for duty. So I feel when we as seniors and as superiors, if we handhold the employee during her mentorship, give her a training, you do a proper appraisal, the employee will be satisfied. And as our first topic was succession planning, and you can make that nurse, maybe develop her into a leader, and your the second line will be ready in your organization. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a wonderful knowledge and in-depth knowledge on the topic. And we are very happy and very satisfied. And I don't even see any kind of questions in the chat box as well. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much. Thank you very much. It was an excellent session.
Jyoti has become popular now, Jyoti and Mini.
Because I was thinking it is going very late, so I had to run. So that is why I was, just going fast.
No,
Thank
we
you
could
so
understand
much.
you. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mini.
Yeah.
Moving towards the next session, that will be focusing on quality enhancement in nursing. Our speaker for this session will be Dr. Sudha Annasaheb Reddy, Professor and Principal, Kahir Institute of Nursing Science, Belgavi, Karnataka. Madam will be throwing light on continuous quality improvement and quality benchmarking in nursing education. Here is the brief description about ma'am. Madam has reviewed PhD nursing, MSc nursing, MPhil. Member of academic PhD guide and examiner as well. She has total 23 international and 16 national publications in her. She has international and national conferences and workshops, presented more than 20 papers and posters at national and international conferences. Madam has international exposure by attending and presenting in the conferences overseas. She is a part of many UGC teams for evaluation of universities. She is a nominated member of Standing Regulation Committee of International Confederation of Midwives, ICM, for Southeast Asia, participated as SOMI, leader in exposure visit to Sweden 2009, principal investigator for UKII project between universities, Anglia, Norwich, United Kingdom, and KLE University, Belgium. Madam, we are very happy to have you with us and requested you to proceed for the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zubi ma'am, and a very warm and good afternoon to everyone. My regards to the management of NGM, the principal, Dr. Ramila, and her organizing team. We have been seeing Jyoti and Purnasari ma'am all the time, Purnachitra ma'am and Jyoti on the screen, and I want to congratulate Minimol ma'am for such a wonderful presentation. and also acknowledge all the other presenters from my panel. And I'm in such a fixed position because accreditation in education and services is a different category itself, which Madam Nalini and Madam Meena Achrekar are going to address. And Ajita is in the services side. So to bridge the gap between these presentations and throw some light on the benchmarking in educational field, I'll try to do justice. Won't take much time. And greetings from KL University. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, yes, we can.
Just one nice saying that as leaders, we are responsible for what we are and whatever we wish ourselves to be, and we have the power to make ourselves. And if what we are now has been the result of our own past actions, it certainly follows that whatever we wish to be in future can be produced by our present actions. So we have to know how to act. When you talk about continuous quality improvement, it begins whether it is in the educational setting or a clinical setting, anywhere in any field. It starts with idea generation, learning, then leadership. Like every slide, I'm going to mention leadership, the reward and recognition we get, the communication and tracking of activities, again, improvement of activities, and the satisfaction of the patients and students and stakeholders, the end accountability. So this whole is a continuous quality improvement cycle. And when you talk about benchmarking is a management approach for implementing best practices at best cost, and it's a recent concept in the healthcare system. So we know that wherever we talk about benchmarkings, if you look at the hospitals, we see NABL accredited labs, NABH hospital, JCI. And when you talk about educational institutes, it used to be ISO 2000, then now we have NAC accreditation for all the educational institutions. So these are some of the ideas and concepts which are being percolated now to quantify and give qualitative touch to the education system so that we can deliver it globally. And the key feature of benchmarking is its integration within a comprehensive and participatory policy of quality, continuous quality improvement, which is CQI. And why we talk about leadership again here, because when you talk about benchmarking in higher education institutes, then if you look at the quality of leadership in higher education institutes, they have to interact with a variety of professionals, doctors who always dominators, physiotherapists think they are doctors, everybody else is a doctor other than we, even if we are PhD, we know we are nurses, interacting with a variety of professionals, and key to look at all aspects of leadership. So we know among us, many of us are autocratic, bureaucratic, transactional or transformational leaders. And everyone says that one of the most effective leadership style in higher education institutes is transformational leadership, because it includes a lot of collaboration and mentorship. And what a wonderful session we had on mentorship. I could remember my student days, whatever Mini ma'am said. And the components of vision, voices and values, integrating a shared vision of change, empowering voices in a collaborative community, and reflection on vision values. Such a beautiful and integrated statement it is, which helps us to form the benchmarking. So any governance of the institute, the governance of any institute is reflective of an effective leadership, which is in tune with the vision and mission of the university. I may be a nursing college, there will be a medical college. Whatever vision we have as benchmarks should reflect the vision and mission of the university. And what are the core leadership knowledge in higher education which helps in benchmarking is lot of vision and cooperation with the interdisciplinary team, and observing and reflecting, where did I go wrong? Was I very rude? Was I very rough? Did they feel insulted? What's happening? And leading by example. If I shout from behind and don't do the work, nobody will follow me. But if I'm in front and then people follow, so that is what we learn from our mistakes. And if we are good, then the benchmarking will definitely be good. So again, when we talk about the key leadership roles and the importance it plays in higher education is building relationships, facilitating and empowering others, and lot of humor and happiness. We see some of our faculty, when they come talk to you, we start laughing how much ever stressed we are. So these are the key components which bind us together. And whenever we think of sustainability in higher education, especially when, as a nursing college, we are trying to get into the university where there's a huge hue and cry about NAC accreditations. Those we have undergone third time, some of them first time. So we need to reflect on where we are at present today and what I do today to achieve this vision. And I begin always with the end in mind and look backwards from the vision to the present, कि कहाँ पहुँचना है और अभी हम कहाँ हैं, and फिर धीरे धीरे move step by step towards the vision. So because everywhere, if you do not have a sustainable leadership, it matters, it matters, it lasts, it spreads, it is just socially, it is resourceful, and it promotes diversity. And accountability is a very important component of good governance and benchmarking, as in hospital, as in any other setting, also in the colleges. And if we do not have accountability, then the function of governance and importance for effective leadership fails. So we need to have accountability. We are answerable, we are responsible. And then they talk about intellectual honesty in education. So what is intellectual honesty? Good governance and leadership with intellectual honesty and realizing philosophies are the key to growth of any educational institution. So you should be intellectually honest. If you do not know about it, you must learn and not try to mislead the organization. And whenever we do the experience and wisdom of eminent personalities who serve on the board of management, we have different bodies, academic council, finance committee, planning, monitoring. We realize that when we see the senior people who are nominated from MHRD, UGC, the other vice chancellors from other universities who come and deliver, we learn from them. And then when you look at the whole benchmarking strategy, we have accountability, that is in terms of our inputs, outputs, outcomes, and processes of each variable which we need to measure. If it is NAC, the criteria wise, then efficiency, like it is not only physical efficiency, it is input versus output. What are we getting? Feedbacks are very important. We do a lot of workshops and we don't take a feedback from the people who have done it and gone to other institutes regularly. We don't know how they are implementing it in their organization. So actually, jitna time, effort or money aapne waste kiya wo karne ke liye, has it been utilized? So that's important. Economic efficiency, that is the assets, liabilities, and profits we need to respect. And the value efficiency, that is the respect and recognition of everyone who has contributed. And when you talk about accountability, efficiency, then there is good governance where you voice, and there is accountability, there is a stability in the organization, and organizational effectiveness is reflected, and regulatory quality and integrity comes up. You get NAC A, you get NAC A+. One of the colleagues in my session, Madam Nalini, I think they have undergone the new NAC and they're A++. So we all over India are looking at them to understand from them that how can we achieve that. And then when you talk about transparencies, then you have timeliness plans, execution and evaluation. Some examples I would be giving later regarding this, and lot of comprehensiveness in terms of people, structure and process, and a very forward-looking vision, mission and values. And it is very important if we decentralize and get into participative management, because we need to develop the next generation of leaders. In many institutes, people are retiring and there's no next generation of leader. How are you going to maintain the quality, sustenance and enhancement issues in your university if suddenly I retire or I leave? I have not prepared another person. Lot of clarity, conviction, compassion and consistency. These 4 C's are important. And every stakeholder should be more accountable through effective delegation of authorities, whether it is HOD, whether it is the curriculum coordinator or the clinical coordinator, the class monitors, the SNA team, the mentors, the clinical mentors, the staff, everyone, if they all line in, then we become a very ideal kind of educative environment. And lot of transparency in the execution of policies and procedures. You had a circular for, getting a lot of funding for your research paper, incentive for publication, and you just give it to one department, it doesn't go to the other department, and then people feel very set back. So lot of transparency should be there, and a good line of management system should be there that everybody reaches it. I know in the medical college, there are so many departments. And if any important circular comes from the university, half of them don't come to know because they are in the OT, OPDs, everywhere. But in a small system like ours, I think it is our moral responsibility that everybody gets it. Then achieving consensus-oriented, equitable and inclusive approach. So you need, whatever you want to achieve for your institution, there should be consensus for it. Equitably, everybody should participate and everybody should be included, right from the moshi who cleans the toilets till the principal or dean. And enhancing the intellectual honesty among all levels of leadership. See, all leaders, HODs, principals, clinical coordinators, they should be intellectually honest. They should know what is mini-CX, what is DOPES, how do I do the clinical evaluation. So if they are not just in it, you do not train them as a FDP, faculty development program, then they will not be able to deliver it to the UG students, the other students, then it doesn't work out. And then all universities and higher education institutions, they do this decentralization and participative management. At all levels, it is ensured that the vision and mission of the university are realized with clear delegation of powers. If you look at the academic autonomy in any university, there is Board of Studies, Academic Council, Research Council, other such academic bodies where they have different kinds of powers to design, implement, monitor, evaluate, and report on the various academic and research activities of the university. And what is the beauty of this is it is completely composed of the teaching staff and external experts and are effectively functioning and carrying out their responsibilities. I just came now after my Board of Studies meeting, which we have today, and two external experts who joined us was Madam Baby Naik from Manipal and Umarani from Yenapoya. Such good external experts and such good inputs we get from them. And the administrative powers is with the Board of Management of the university and the authorities of the university, where they have very clearly defined policies, powers, processes, right from the Vice Chancellor to the faculty level. It has been defined with regard to everything: recruitment, establishment, the service conditions, the terminal benefits like PF, gratuity, leave management system, promotions, compliances to the statutory bodies, grievance redressal. Every university has a grievance redressal committee and a lawyer is there in that, and every year once it is done. And the decisions made by such bodies, individuals and boards are implemented without fail. If some of you are working in deemed to be universities, we are fortunate to work in a totally different system where all these things are implemented, and we just try to see that like hum nursing college nahi hai, we have to compete, we have to be equal to the medical, dental, Ayurveda, physiotherapy, pharmacy. That is the beauty of being in this system and getting the this to enjoy this kind of administrative ambience. And then if you have everything and if you do not have any strategy development and deployment, then where will your leadership lead to? So you should have a strategic plan vision for the next 10 to 15 years. Many universities have Vision 2020 documents where they have a 10-year, 15-year, 20-year, 30-year plan. So these plans can have short-term, mid-term and long-term visions, and which we need to follow up. And it may be in terms of the research, education and technology, collaborations, MOUs, innovations, incubations, placements, or trying to develop a center of excellence in nursing. And why not a think tank in nursing, like an innovation center, or trying to get into touch with some engineering college and get those Atal Vajpayee think tanks. So these are the different things. If you have a vision, then you can achieve it. If I do not know, if I do not have intellectual honesty and I myself do not know what is it, then I would never implement it in the organization. And then nowadays, e-governance has a lot of role to play. Everything is now paperless. And so a centralized software starting from admissions, fee collection, examinations, attendance, the HRMS solution for leave and so on is there everywhere. We have it, every university has it. And a lot of library softwares are there. So this is the new normal. We need to get in tuned with it. Otherwise, as nursing, we will remain back and others will move up. So we need to take up all these things and get tuned to this. And then when we talk about all this, do we ever think of the faculty and their empowerment strategies? Our faculty need to have welfare measures, both teaching and non-teaching staff, and we need to boost the morale of the employees, build a competitive edge amongst them, and give performance-based incentives. And lot of other things which we all know, social benefits, leaves, insurances, ESIs, like we have a Vidyashri and Vedashri scheme for us, like we pay money every month, every year for our family and for a private ward, for a semi-private ward. Similarly, these students can avail up to 1.25 lakh of benefits if they get admitted. So this kind of facilities, health schemes, having staff quarters, creche, lot of lactation support programs. I remember when I was pregnant 24 years back, when I used to be lactating, I couldn't go home, you know. Then it used to be a difficult problem for me. Like I had to keep pads because a lot of this used to happen. So this kind of support programs, if the principal is a female and if an employee comes and asks, can I go home, feed and come? You say, yeah, why not? I had this problem. You please go feed, come. So that kind of things, lot of cooperative societies, every trust has, where you get good loans at low rate of interest, recreation, canteens. These are all the benchmarking thing. They may look very silly, but they are very much required. And if you talk about more about different strategies, lot of financial assistance to the faculty for attending conferences, workshops, skill development programs, training programs, and incentives for paper poster presentations, and offering them doctoral and postdoctoral programs, offering them leave if they are going to some other university, helping them not to take classes if they have a pre-PhD class in your own university, and lot of short courses, NPTEL courses, Coursera courses, refresher programs for them, so that they become a complete professional and they are able to cover all domains, you know, right from their personal development to their career preparation. So that is the role which we have to play. And then I won't talk much about performance appraisal. I can never compete with Vinny. She has such beautiful examples from the clinical setting, but it is an important thing to have continuous performance appraisal system, because the most valuable currency of any organization is the initiative and the creativity of its members. Every leader has the solemn moral responsibility to develop these to the maximum of his or her people. And this is the highest priority for the leaders for the growth of any organization, quoted by Edward Deming. And then another important thing which we need to think of is funds and optimal use of resources. We need to mobilize funds because we need to have an academia industry synergy, both in academic, R&D and healthcare sectors, which we are learning now. We have seen how much of respect is there for corporate leaders. And you know about ANI, the Association of Nurse Executives of India, and look at the knowledge. We are only teachers in the college. They work in the clinical area and they compete with the doctors, struggle with the doctors and keep up the profession. So that is the new normal which we need to study, because our products are going to go and get delivered there. So different in the type of business models implemented by professional administration and lot of dedicated domain specific manpower. And then you have also the diversification of the educational avenues of resource mobilization in terms of skills integrated domain knowledge programs. Lots is happening. I think Madam Tankam Gomez offers so many things like this. Some of us have started with finishing schools for the 4th years as a part of internship. So this is some of the things which will help us to improve our own benchmark. And always corpus fund is created at the educational institute level, like because it is the financial health index. How healthy is your educational institute? It is very pivotal for the institutional quality sustenance. Some of the universities have 1 year of salaries fixed deposit, so that, you know, any calamity comes, COVID comes, they won't detect your salary. So that kind of financial health index is also important. And then institutional mission and effective strategies should be designed to attract funding through corporate sectors of national, international stature. You should attract your alumni for their contribution, because in IITs and other places, Sudha Murthy from Infosys is our alumni from our engineering college at Hubli campus, that is the BVB Technological Bumrad Engineering College. She contributes in crores there. And those kind of alumni contributions we don't expect from nurses, but minimum contribution should be there. They should come back to us and other foundations, charities, NGOs. ये सब तब हमारे पास आएंगे when we have good institutional mission and effective strategies to attract them. They want to get connected to us. So that kind of mobilization of resources we need to do. For this, we need to have good governance. And what can the good governance do? A lot of high quality education research can happen, because good governance facilitates decision making, which is rational, informed, and transparent, which leads to a lot of organizational efficiency and effectiveness, and supports and fosters a lot of high quality education and research. And you know the players, we have the governing board, we have the executive leadership, we have our regulatory bodies with a purpose, and that is the that parabola is the sphere of influence, where we can do a lot of improvements here to make a big difference to the institutional performance. And if you look at yourself, your current state, you need to have a self-review, very honest self-review in terms of your college. Okay, where is our college now? I need to go for NAC. Where do I stand now? A very honest review. If I'm the principal, I say, oh yeah, I'm the principal, but I have not yet finished my PhD. I need to hurry up with my PhD, with my publications. So first, own self-review, then the governance development plan, which is very clear and time-bound, and then the governance guidelines documents, desired practices set out. A lot of good governance guidelines documents I have learned from my doctor colleagues, the vice chancellors, how beautifully they prepare the vision documents. And if there is any, and in the end, we have that good governance practice and reviewed in terms of it is accepted, we are the owners, we do the ownership for this, and that desired state comes. So jo bhi gap wahan pe hota hai, then we again go back to review ourselves. And then this is, means I like this, whenever I feel that what is happening, I try to look at it. And this model for change to improve governance practice has 3 steps. I won't go into detail about them. Self-review, which I told you, completing the governance development plan, and setting out the desired institutional governance guidelines. This nobody else can do, but it is only we with our staff and with their togetherness, with their abilities and capabilities. Everybody is not good. Someone is very intelligent, someone is very techno-savvy in making PPTs, someone is very good in going and taking the attendance and monitoring the students in the clinical, someone is very good with clinical skills. So every staff has to be respected for their own kind of qualities and make a team and get the guidelines straight. So I'm not going to go deep into the self-review process and the governance development plan and the government guidelines documents. I've discussed it with you. But then we do always have challenges, because, you know, higher education institutes में जो challenges होती हैं, that is to increase employee productivity. Once we get into a good university, hometown, getting a good fat pay package, then we all are comfortable. We don't want to do that extra thing. It's only the leader who gets hammered and who wants to get the things done. Then the leaders become bad. They don't like you because you want to get the things done. So this is a very big challenge where we need to increase the employee productivity, and we also need to recruit a new generation of administrative leadership in a time of increasing market pressure, isn't it? And to reduce the central administrative costs while increasing services. ये तो सभी management का मंत्र होता है कि cost कम हो और services ज़्यादा हो, और हमेशा nurses इसमें फंसी जाती हैं, चाहे वो corporate side हो या educational side हो, and to cut the overhead costs without increasing the business risk. I'm just giving few examples, like we had a 54th IQAC meeting of our university where our Honorable Vice Chancellor told us that you develop a quality sustenance and enhancement plan. What are the issues with you and what is your timeline? So we thought what to do. So like first we thought about infrastructure ki kitne classrooms mein additional LCDs chahiye, kab tak karenge, smart board chahiye problem based learning ke liye, kab tak karenge. So that was one kind of थोड़ा सा improvement करना है foundation lab में, या we went to that SGPT university, saw what is there, how can we, you know, modify according to that. So that was our first infrastructure ka thing. Then second was the innovative teaching, learning and enhancement practice. Then he is a medical education passionate person, Dr. Vivek Rao Saji. So he told you do this mini clinical examination exercise. So you do means we did it in the last BOS, and this BOS today, I was so proud of my head of departments. They were presenting like how they have taken it up. And we give deadlines, like which department, which activity they are going to do using this, for which batch, and what is the timeline. And every 3 months, the report has to be sent. So यहाँ पे क्या होता है, we have focused things, they do it and it is sent. Otherwise, it keeps like that only remaining, and then next BOS we remember, अरे वो किया ही नहीं, क्यों नहीं किया, वो teacher छोड़ के चला गया, वो maternity leave गई. So no, somebody or the other has to take it up, and this has to be completed in the given deadline. So this is just an example of one thing. Then if we have started any additional new short-term certificate courses, like including the old courses, now these 3-4 we have started this year, then for which batch and who is responsible, and then they come and show the certificates, the teaching material, the attendance, everything is done. I don't do it, like there are teachers, curriculum coordinators who monitor this, and it goes on. So once the system is set, then you don't have to really worry about things. Then if someone is from the research criteria, then we have so many MOUs going on since 2016, and then who is monitoring them every year? Who monitors them? So in the research criteria, if we have 6 teachers, we give one university to one faculty to monitor what is happening. So these are just examples of some MOUs which we have with the different universities across India and this. And then like if this is an MOU with the Southern Cross University, then we know that kitna funding hua tha, kaun se year mein hua tha, and then which was the name of the MOU, which it was, like Australia India Strategic Research Fund, early and mid career fellowships, and how it was pilot projected, the M-Learning platform on our students, third year students. And then we got grants, but the grants were not given to us because all the money went to the company called Practera who developed the app. So everyone tells us to develop app. It is not such a easy affair. It's very costly, and we are all nurses. We are not so techno-savvy to do it. So this was how like this was done. So how do we monitor the MOUs? And then use of mobile app, because all students are mobile friendly. So if we look at the apps which are readily available and how are they going to implement it, we have some kind of collaboration with the engineering college who are helping us do certain things. And so if you give timelines, it helps, and the monitoring becomes easy. Otherwise, suddenly there is a meeting and they tell us kahan hai, then I call all the staff and I tell kahan pahunche aap log, kya hua. So यहाँ पे deadlines के अनुसार चीजें होती रहती हैं. And this small little benchmarking things really matter, because during NAC we have everything in order and we don't have to run around. Some teacher resigns and goes, takes all the material in the pen drive. It is nowhere else. So this kind of organization really helps. Not that we are perfect. Again, there are loopholes somewhere and all, but we try to set up a system where things can be done. Then we also, like, you have to focus on faculty development program department wise. Like the faculty who teach HBB, the Helping Babies Breathe, neonatal resuscitation, few of them are master trainers, but new recruited faculty do not know that. So why not do some kind of training for them only, so that they can train the others, the students. And then you have a lot of intervention programs at state level conferences, upgradation for the faculty, because faculty also need to upgrade themselves, and you have to invest in faculty. Everybody has to invest in their own academic growth and spend money on their own. Go attend conferences, whether you get paid or no, do your social networking connections, and then you come back and you be able to be an important player in getting the benchmarking done for your institution. So just some examples I have given you. And I want to talk about NAC, I want to talk about NABH, but my panelists will be talking about it. And quality is never an accident, and it is always the result of high intention, very sincere efforts, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. And it represents the wise choice of many alternatives. कितने सारे alternatives थे जिसमें से आपने ये voice choice लिया और ये quality हुआ. So it is never an accident. This is as I unquote the saying of William Foster. And then because I had to cover up, I have skipped some slides, but I hope the message is delivered. And remember, always skill teaches us how to do, and we'll decide how well we do it. And thank you so much. And we all are nurses, and we all know that when you're a nurse, you know that every day you will touch a life or a life will touch yours. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak. And all these 3 days, I was just going through such wonderful speakers and nurse leaders across the country. And I really congratulate NGM that they have so much of networking that they could get so many people, apt people for this. And I feel so humbled to be there among them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. It was an excellent session and eye-opening for all of us in many areas.
Thank you, Praveen.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for throwing light on the topic. And thank you so much for the wonderful presentation and sharing your profound knowledge with all of us.
Thank you.
As we are running short of time, so I'll proceed further. The next session will be aiming on continuous quality improvement and quality benchmarking in nursing service. Our distinguished speaker for this session will be Captain Ajita Nair, Managing Director, Helbis. Captain Ajita Nair is a nursing graduate from College of Nursing, AFMC Pune, 1988-92 batch, and postgraduate in Medical Surgical Nursing from Christian Medical College, Hospital, Vellore, 1996-98 batch. PG Diploma in General Management from IIM Kodikode and has 28 years of clinical, educational, and managerial experience. She has presented scientific papers in many national and international conferences. She has served National Accreditation Board for Hospital, currently setting up her own business in healthcare operations and management, consulting known as Helbis, where Ajita ma'am would be accessible to a wide range of hospital and nurses in different work settings for advice and guidance in hospital commissioning, process flow re-enhancing productivity and financial viability. Madam, I really feel proud to have you with us and request you to please continue with the session. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Good afternoon to everybody. Hello, Ma'am Prabha and Jyoti. Very nice. Hi, Sudha. Sudha and me are
Hi, Ajita. Hi. She's my batchmate. For all of you to know, I and Ajita are from the same batch of AFMC.
I feel myself very privileged to be in this forum with the elite speakers of my, close friends too, Dr. Sudha, Dr. S.J. Nalini, and Dr. Meera Achrekar. We, all of us, we know each other. And I thank you, Madam Prabha, for organizing this 3 days wonderful sessions, and Mrs. Jyoti for taking all the pain to put it all together. I can imagine how much of stress you would have taken. Anyway, and I know the problem of, backlogging, for about 1 hour behind schedule we are. So I don't really will take much time. I'll try to finish my talk within 15 minutes or so. Though I have slides, I'll skip it because my objective is to show example and not to really teach what is there on the slide. Okay, so let me share my presentation. If I am not able to, access this, then you probably will have to show. Okay. So is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
Yes.
Slide show. Okay, I hope it is visible, right?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to talk about continuous quality improvement. Sudha has in detail explained, and I'm sure you would have had other sessions also where what is continuous quality improvement is. I will only just touch upon the definition, and benchmarking in nursing services is what I'm going to talk about. And let's see what actually we are going to do in how we improve the quality and what we are actually going to do. Maybe I'll have to little bit shorten this. So what is quality improvement? If you see continuous quality improvement, this is actually without this we can't survive anymore. So it's a requirement that we have to prove ourselves to the rest of the world, and for that continuous quality improvement is very essential. So as per definition, this is the simplest definition I could get. It is an ongoing process to achieve measurable improvements. Very important to note all these. It achieve measurable improvements. So we should be able to tell it in figures. What is the improvement? Okay, we know what is 10 is a better figure or 15 is better figure. So in figures, in terms of efficiency, effectiveness, performance, accountability, outcomes, and lot many other indicators of quality in healthcare delivery. So continuous quality improvement is not just what we feel about something, but we should be able to prove it in terms of measurable proportions. And what is benchmarking? Benchmarking is the process of comparing a practice's performance. Practice here means a discipline or a specialty of their performance with an external standard. So it is why there should be benchmarking, so that we will be able to compare ourselves with others. And also it serves as a motivation to go forward and do more or do better than what we are today. So it serves as a sort of motivation to all those who contribute to the practice discipline as such. And it also can stimulate healthy competition, because we are able to measure ourselves against with somebody, and that can lead to a healthy kind of competition. And if that is not there, no profession can advance. So in short, benchmarking means comparing your result with others or make an acceptable target. So okay, maybe there is no one to compare with, though make an acceptable target for yourself, or maybe for set up permissible limit for whatever you are measuring, that we call them quality indicators. So make a permissible limit for that. So now in continuous quality improvement, how to set up that in your own department in nursing services. So first and foremost is to identify what are these measurables. So identify the quality indicators in nursing department. So identify them. So I have not listed them here. You can refer to, say, NABH nursing excellence standards or NABH standards for hospitals itself. You get a lot of quality indicators. Indicators are nothing but something which you can measure it every month on a successive period of time to identify whether that factor is improving or not. So identify them. Like, say, for example, if I say patient fall rate in a hospital, or rate of hospital acquired pressure ulcer, so on and so forth. We have many of them, in fact. So identify what are your quality indicators. Maybe requirement of accreditation, maybe requirement of your own department. You can set these quality indicators yourself as well and define them. So when we are identifying it, we have to define what in our context means and how to measure it, and also how to collect this data. So make the data collection formats and fix responsibility. Who is responsible for collecting this data? How to get it? So all those steps I have not included in this presentation, but fix the responsibility and timelines. How often it has to come? Say some of it, if a patient has fallen, next day morning the report has to come in that format. We call it incident reporting format. So it has to come to the nursing head, and maybe you can do an immediate investigation as to, maybe you would like to meet the nurses to identify what are the factors under which the patient has fallen. Okay, so you will have first-hand information. Now, if after 1 week, 2 weeks, everybody will forget who were there assigned for the patient itself. So it has to be realistic, and orient the staff and start collecting the data. So whatever we are doing in this process of continuous quality improvement, your staff has to be part of it. Now, unless and until they are part of it, the decision making, it becomes very mechanical, and you may not get the data what you want. And once you get the data, analyze it and do RCA's root cause analysis. Under what circumstances this incident has happened, or what has led to this event. So you collect all that together, and then you will be able to identify and implement corrective preventive action. So corrective action is, in this example, what I said, if a patient has fallen, corrective action is immediately, comforting the patient, call for a doctor, do a thorough physical examination, check whether any injury is there, level of consciousness is okay. Now, if suppose there is an injury on the forehead, okay, maybe the doctor may say CT scan has to be done to rule out head injury, etc. So all those activities, what you do immediately following the event is corrective action, and preventive action is taking the steps that this will not happen again. So that is preventive action. So there is scope. If you do a RCA correctly, you will get the information for this. So I will explain all these with an example. And identify other quality indicators. So these are basically, what you need to do. And wherever possible, automate the process. So automate, what I mean is system derived data, wherever you can get, would be much better than manually doing it, because manually collecting it probably would be a problem. People have choice not to report it, or if you don't have a mechanism to know what is happening in every part of the hospital, you may miss it, or people may suppress data and things like that. So, and also it increases the workload of the staff. So wherever possible, have good HIS and become expert in that, where the possibilities of your HIS, you should be able to explore it and utilize it to the fullest extent possible. What is the guiding principles of continuous quality improvement? This is very important to focus on these points. Otherwise, what will happen? The entire mechanism becomes a kind of victimization process. Oh, who were the staff assigned for a patient who has fallen? Okay, so give them warning or fire them, these kind of things. So it is never individual focused. So guiding principles of continuous quality improvement is very important to know, first of all. So I'll just read through it. A focus on improving the services from the client's perspective. So now here our clients are the patients. So if something what we implement in our department, if doesn't improve the patient's status or the services, it is of no use. So we have to look at the client's perspective, whatever we are doing in this respect. Then only quality will have meaning. Meaningful engagement at all levels is required. So meaningful engagement, what we mean is, as I said earlier, involving all the staff, because they are the ones who should be reporting. Something has gone wrong, they should not be fearful to tell the boss. Okay, we should be tolerant to that, because they are the ones who are working with the patients. Humans can make mistakes, and we have to be understanding and tolerant to the mistakes, but at the same time take the responsibility of that mistake. So why errors happen is because the way we work, and not because an individual want to do a harm to the patient. Never it is so. So if something has gone wrong, the responsibility lies mostly with the management to relook at the processes, how we are doing things, and improve the background under which this event has happened. Because of that individual who is there are so many individuals like that. So it could be anyone. So if you end up sorting out the individual, there will be many more, and no circumstance is changing behind. So the same situation will continue. Continual learning using an all teach, all learn philosophy. So which means that no one is too much knowledgeable in all these things. Okay, so it is a kind of group learning. We learn together. We learn from our mistakes. We learn from our events together. So that is the basis of continuous quality improvement in services. Decision making is improved by using both data and team knowledge. So this data will tell you as to where to go. It will give you a lot of information. And also when you encourage team involvement, discussion, and also kind of decision making from the team, this will enhance the situation or the circumstance a lot, where the chances of that error getting repeated will be removed. That is how we reduce these kind of events. And the data is used for learning and improvement, and not for documenting it for punish somebody or being judgmental or to have an edge over another person. It should never be utilized for that. And these are all confidential data. And mind you, the data which is generated, maybe an incident report form, maybe some other format, whatever it is, these are confidential information, and it is not, mind you, it is not part of the patient data. So means that it will not become part of inpatient file. So now I am going to explain all that what I said using an example, and I may skip many slides because my objective is not to teach about this, because this slide may look so, but to just want to tell you that how to handle this. So the example which I have taken is all of you know about international patient safety goals, and the number one goal is patient identification. So the objective of this is that whatever we intend to do to a patient should be done to that patient only, and we should not make errors of giving treatment to someone else or doing a procedure in an opposite side limb or something like that. So the correct procedure is done to the correct person, and the intended treatment is given to the individual whom it is meant for. So that is the purpose of patient identification. And in our current scenario, where a lot of people are handling a lot of things, and it is a kind of conveyor belt kind of a work setup, there is all possibility that, the individual might be different than what you meant. And after committing something, there is no point in regretting. So this is something which we have to be very, very careful. So that, and any violation should be reported without fear. So if you start punishing, of course, this information will not come to you. So for all patients, this is applicable, and the responsibility is all healthcare professionals. So this is not nursing specific thing, but well, if you see when to identify the patient, most of it is applicable to the nurses and nursing department. Okay, so I'm not going to read out all that what you have. So this is how we define when to identify the patient. So in your policy, you have to define, or the nursing protocols, you have to define as to when should you identify the patient and how should you do it, who should place the ID band, all these things to be defined in your nursing protocols. And then the violations should be reported. So you use a simple incident reporting form whenever it happens. Various people report it, nurses themselves report, or whoever has encountered the identification violation will report it. So this is an actual data from a hospital where I worked. And this data is from January to December. So what is shown is incidents, numbers. Okay, so how identification errors have happened and what are these errors. So this analysis will show what are these errors also. So this is just incidents of IPSD-1 violation. None of these were in the major category. Now, major category may be, instead of one patient, another patient was operated upon. That's a very major incident, but this did not have those kind of events. Okay, so let's see what were these. So most of it were sampling related incidents, so which means that either the label was put incorrectly, somehow it was identified. Yeah, so these kind of, or instead of blood, something else was sent, or the blood quantity was less, those kind of errors. So these all are IPSD-1 violations. Or HIS entry. So nowadays we use a lot of electronic medical records. So in this, if instead of one patient, another patient's file, some entry has taken place, so that also amounts to IPSD-1 violation, because we have not identified the patient file correctly. ID band related events. So when we do the check, some patients were found without ID band. So they all will enter into this kind of IPSD-1 violation. So I'm not going to read out all these. So say somebody's ID band was failed, could not read it. So that can lead to an error, right? So those kind of things, but however minor it is, it may lead to a problem later. So such things we identify and report. So in an year, we had 55 events of such nature. Nothing of that was serious enough. Serious in the sense did not harm any patients. So now once we get all these incident forms, if we keep it without analyzing, we will not get anything out of it. So this is how we have to analyze. So category wise events were sorted out monthly, how it is, and distribution of location, where did it happen, IPSD-1 violation. So if you see, most of them happened in the wards, and the COEs are OPDs, and in radiology. So that were the major places. In ICU there were a few. Okay, out of 85, this is the distribution of that. And the violation based on involvement of healthcare workers. So nurse related out of 55 were 28, and doctors 9, and other healthcare professionals. So they included lab assistants and things like that. And so these were various kind of errors happen. So though this was not like what happens if a wrong EMR, electronic medical record, if entry is made. So in the back end, we take IT support and correct that, or not really. Identified, because in a day, how many times nurse identify the patient? Each time when you give medication, each time when you go to do something, you have to do that. So that means it was missed. Hence it was reported. So these were various kind of errors, which categories of incidents of IPSD-1 violation. Now this is important. So now each one you have analyzed, each one you have to do a root cause analysis, and you have that data. So this slide is derived from that data. So the entire 55 incidents we have evaluated. So these were the major problems. There were people related problems. There were process related problems. There were patient related problems, like some patients were not willing to wear an ID band, and lack of cooperation, and they did not understand why nurse is asking each time the name. The patients ended up fighting with the nurse. saying that, don't you know my name? Morning also I have told you the name, things like that. So we have to explain to them that it's important for me to identify the patient, and that is part of our process, so that we will not make an error even by mistake. And environment related problems, there were management related problems as well. Like say, for example, everyone educated, so only nurses are being educated. So nurses always used to complain, why is this only applicable to me or what? So why not others? So everyone has to equally participate in identifying the patient. And material related problems also were there, like say low quality identification sticker and band and things like that. So there are so many, one slide I had deleted in fact from this. So there were many causes if you go to. So each minor thing what anyone has reported, we have captured, and that is how we identify what could be the reasons for identification errors. And then coming to this kind of preventive action. So preventive action, so this is an example, okay? So you don't have to read through this. So lack of awareness and how do we handle with, so what is the action plan, who is responsible, who is, what is the timeline, and somebody has to follow it up, and if in 1 month they have not finished, go behind them and get it finished. So that is how we fix the responsibility and getting it done, and thereby we will improve our quality. Now, if anything you pursue, that will happen, right? So now all these processes, in fact, make us focus our attention on what is important. And that is how we improve the quality. So I hope you have understood how to fix it. And there is one, and in this benchmarking though, here benchmark is 0, because however minor is the error, we cannot afford an identification error even for one case. Hence here the benchmark is 0. We do not want identification error, and hence plan for 0 IPSG1 violation. So these are the plans for that, which was, at the end of this analysis of 1 year events, these were the action plans, and there were, same like the previous slide, there were responsibility assigned, there were timelines assigned, and that has considerably come down. Now, if you remember my graph, so initially, it was less reported, then later reporting improved, and hence you have seen an upward graph, and then it was coming down because of all these activities. So we should be able to show a similar kind of a graph. Now coming to another slide. So now this doesn't have all those things what I explained. I just want to show you this slide just to show the benchmarking. Now here in this slide, the green line is the benchmark. So this is hospital acquired pressure ulcer. So 0.8. Now how do we benchmark this? Now this benchmarking is taken from various international published data. So there are various non-profit organizations which works only in this field to reduce hospital-acquired pressure ulcers. So this is a UK-based organization from where this benchmarking is taken. So you can benchmark your data against the best in the world. So there are international ones, or you can make it yourself, in fact. So we can make it ourselves too. So have a target to achieve, and you see if that 0.8, and sometime if you may see in this, in the last one, maybe June 15th, it has gone up a little bit. Yes, that red one is the rate. Okay, the red line is the rate for hospital-acquired pressure ulcer. Blue is the incidence, the numbers, and the green is the benchmark. So over a period of time, now you know when was it less, is it acceptable? Now if you see in this graph, pressure ulcer in the hospital is at an acceptable rate. It is not very alarming. Yes, there were incidents, but it was not very alarming. But yes, suddenly all the year it was low, but you see that in say May it has reached to 7, and that time it has crossed the benchmark, which is not a good sign. And then some intensive measures has to be put in place so that these numbers will come down further. So this is how we ensure. Now if all this while it was in acceptable number, so if we start ignoring and never look at it, the numbers will go up and we will not even come to know about it. So we do something known as point prevalence audit, where the nursing supervisors turn the patient on a day, one fixed time, 1 day is kept for that, and this is unannounced, turn all the patients and see whether any skin alteration is there in any patient, and report all that together and to find out whether there is any hospital-acquired pressure ulcer in that. So any ulcer patient has come with and the nurse has not reported it, that also will become in their quota. Hospital-acquired pressure ulcer. So if you don't want your numbers to go up, any small skin lesion also need to be reported, documented. That is very important. So any unreported pressure ulcer is taken to task. Okay, nobody is punished for this, but they don't have a choice. not to report about it. Okay, so and then we all know that, you know, if it is at stage 1, if we pay attention, it will heal off. So give more attention to such patients so that it will not reach to stage 2, and also, you know, so do some re-education and all that so that it can be controlled. Patient fall is another important issue in the hospital. So these are examples of nursing related quality indicators. Now, if you may ask, patient fall is only because of nursing problem, it is not really. So same like identification error, it has multifaceted contributory reasons. Unless and until you do a study and know it, you will not be able to highlight all those things. Now, if you see here, the benchmark is green line again, and you see it is waxing and waning, the rate. Sometimes it is under the benchmark, sometimes it goes over, but however, it is not very high whatsoever. So this is patient fall rate in the hospital for a particular period of time. So this is how you benchmark and you know, go ahead with. So each aspect has to be studied. Each quality indicator you need to look into details. And there are about, you know, 20-25 quality indicators which are most important, say infection and related indicators, and many of them. So unless and until you define it, give a structure to it, give a structure to the program, and constant follow-up, you'll not be able to achieve continuous quality improvement in nursing services. So it is all related to patient care, and some of it quality indicators could be related to nurses too, because if a happy nurse will result in happy care to the patient, or patient will be happy with the happy nurse only. If somebody grumpy, you will not achieve best patient care. So this is how you implement this on ground. So I hope this topic is clear to you, and I really hope that I am within the time. Thank you so much. If any question is there, you can ask me if there is time and if the chair permits. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was a wonderful session. So many things we have learned out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much for the informative session, and thank you for making it very short, sweet, precise, and informative as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving towards the next session, we have with us Dr. Nalini R, Professor and Principal, Ramachandra College of Nursing, Sri Ramachandra University, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Madam will be dealing with the next topic, that is on accreditation in education. A brief introduction about Madam. Madam has pursued MSc Nursing, PhD, and has exclusively 27 years of experience in field of nursing, presented 125 papers in various forums, and has 45 publications to her credit. She has also served as an editorial board member and reviewer of nursing journals. She visited University of Wisconsin, USA as a part of faculty exchange program between Srihar and University of Wisconsin. She is recognized as an aspiring research ambassador of Srihar. She is a member of editorial board of Journal of Advanced Nursing. Currently, Madam is working on ICMR funded research project and on an international collaborative project with GATE grant funding. Madam has Best Research Paper Awards in her credit, 10th International Nurses Conferences at Sri Ramachandra University, National Conference at Sri Ramachandra College of Nursing organized by Nursing PhD Society in 2016, 23rd National NRSI Conference at MGM IHS 2019. Madam, we welcome you for the session and request you to kindly proceed.
Thank you. A warm greetings to one and all. And, I'm really very thankful to Madam Principal for giving me this opportunity to share the platform with all the experts over here. I do bring the warm greetings from Sri Ramachandra Institute of Higher Education and Research to one and all. Let's think what makes the difference. Even when you're buying a sari, you want the best. Is it not? When you take food, you want the best. Every student wants to join the best of college. Every parent is vying to put their child in the best of college. So what makes the difference in choosing the best? All of us know the answer, quality. So quality makes a lot of difference. And one way of trying to identify whether it's a quality institution or not is by means of a process called as accreditation. And accreditation process actually is something which is external peer review which is being followed. It is not involving any governmental organization, where we try to promote the institution and academic programs so that the quality assurance is taken care. Every aspect of quality improvement and sustenance is built so that the institutions become stronger and they set standards for educational quality. Again, accreditation is in fact a voluntary thing. Nobody forces you to go in for accreditation. So you take the efforts to go in for voluntary basis. It's more self-regulatory, where it provides a verification for all the stakeholders. In fact, it's the students or the parents, the patients, whoever is involved in going to come to your institution, they are given a certificate saying that the educational programs that is run by your institution is in compliance with the standards and criteria which meets the quality. Not only that, by means of accreditation, the competencies evaluation is assessed, and whether your program objectives are met or not is also checked. Apart from that, you also get a lot of global affiliations through your accreditation, because most of the global programs get expanded if you're an accredited institution. Again, accreditation also encourages evidence-based practices. This we have seen in JCI as well as in NAC, where we see lots of changes that is happening because we try to follow this evidence-based practices. Now, why is that we go for accreditation? Quality of education is entrusted or checked or assessed by means of accreditation. Not only that, your student recruitment will be very, very good. Lots of application will pour in if you're an accredited institution. And it also gives us an opportunity to examine ourselves, to look and focus on what is our strength and weakness, so that we can make arrangements to improve further. Not only that, it also keeps us professionally developed and also check for the validation. Now, you can also find research studies telling that graduates who are coming from institutions which are accredited, they try to outperform, the performance is better than the graduates who are coming from non-accredited institutions. This is not what I say, this is what research says about accredited institutions. Now, what are the benefits the students are going to get? Now, students, they get a clear career and education decision-making is possible. Not only that, students who are coming from accredited institutions, they have a lot of funding support which is coming from national agencies and other foundations. And it is easy for students to change over institutions or switch over to institution, and credit transfer become very, very easy if one institution and the other is accredited by same agency. Not only that, many nursing programs today, they do call, especially in case of Western countries, they make it as a mandate that students do try to catch up only with those institutions that has been accredited by regulatory agencies. Now, what is the benefits that faculty and community get? Definitely, faculty members, they become more responsible. They get an awareness of what is the meaning of accreditation and how we should go into the pathway of excellence and how we should go on improving our quality status. Not only that, accreditation also helps you to grow professionally, and it also gives employment for your students in better areas, because your students do come up from an accredited institution. So these are the benefits we try to get from accreditation. So in fact, I can say that if your institution goes in for accreditation, you are able to judge what is the strength, what is your weakness, what are those opportunities that you have in order to strengthen further, and what you think are the challenges. So this you're able to review. Based on the SWOT analysis, you're able to plan both the resource as well as the areas that you need to proceed further. Again, interdepartmental collaborations, intra-departmental collaborations, everything is possible if you have this accreditation process, because accreditation is not a one-person affair. It involves teamwork. So unless each member in the department puts their full effort in order to get or process towards accreditation, it is not possible. So this strengthens the collegiality of the campus, and funding agencies come forward to give you funds if you have accreditation, and you're trying to involve a lot of innovative methodology of teaching for your students. and there is a direction how you have to proceed towards the quality systems. So you have a clear-cut directions, and most important, society and employers are looking at you. They are trying to get information from you, and they're going to check your quality. So this is the basis you can prove yourself to the society and the employers. And again, intra and inter-institutional interactions are also possible, because we try to form lots of memorandum of understanding with international agencies, national agencies, and national institutions, which makes our efforts to strengthen our quality better. Now, one agency which is well established in India to take care of the quality of higher education is NAAC. NAAC stands for National Assessment and Accreditation Council, and this is in fact accredited lots of institutions. And you can see the statistics in 2019. It says that about 603 universities, and you can see about 12,000 colleges and 13,000 totally has been accredited so far in 2019. So NAAC is in fact an autonomous body. This was established in the year 1994 by University Grants Commission at Bangalore, and it tries to evaluate the performance of both the colleges and the universities. So any nursing college, whether you come under university or whether you're an autonomous college, you can very well go for this accreditation, which is in fact a combination of both self and external quality assessment. So the vision of NAAC is to in fact make quality as the main purpose in higher education, which includes a combination of self-evaluation as well as a peer team which visits your institution to check your aspects of quality. Again, it is not just once they come visit and it is over. There's always what you call it as quality promotion and sustenance, which is the power of this NAAC accreditation. And the mission of NAAC accreditation is actually to go in for arranging periodic assessment. They do come every 5 years once. You have to go in for re-accreditation, reassessment again. And you try to create an academic environment which is completely quality managed, both in teaching, learning, as well as in research. Again, it encourages self-evaluation, and you do lots of innovations. Autonomy is possible, and you're accountable for what you do. Research aspect, which is almost forgotten in most of the teaching learning institutes, is now strengthened if you go for accreditation. And NAAC, one of the mission is to go for quality related research studies and publish them in quality journals, and also conduct training programs which has more of quality. Again, you try to collaborate with your stakeholders, and you try to see whether your quality is not from your own word of mouth, but also from your stakeholders. So the core values of NAAC is to in fact contribute to the national development, to enhance the competencies of your students, to bring in a value system of education and not just the academic orientation alone, to make possible extensive involvement of technology as much as possible, and again, to move into the path of excellence in education. So this is the accreditation process which has been followed by NAAC. So in case you're a first institute, you just want to step inside the accreditation process involving a NAAC. So first thing, you have to register yourself in the higher education portal for registration. So once you register, then you will get a password and ID. So this is the one you're supposed to use from the time you start entering inside the process of accreditation. Once you are ready, see to that the first thing is you have to update all your website. Your website should speak the same language like the papers what you submit. There should not be any difference of opinion. So once everything is ready, once you have evaluated and once you have checked whether all you meet the parameters that has been set by NAAC, you have to go in for submission of information information to quality assessment. Institutional information on quality assessment has to be submitted to NAAC, saying that your institution is ready for accreditation, and you submit a letter saying that a system, it's online again, you submit this along with a fee of about 25,000. So once this is submitted, you're given 45 days for NAAC to peruse this, go through this, and they give us a reply saying that your IAQA is accepted and you can proceed with SSR submission. Now for your SSR submission, you will be again given only 45 days. So within 45 days of acceptance of this IAQ, you should be submitting your SSR in your online submission again. Now this SSR stands for self-study report. This is two components. One is the qualitative parameters, the other one is the quantitative parameters. The quantitative parameter is the first one, which has been submitted to NAC with an online, online process. Along with this submission of the quantitative parameters, we are supposed to even submit the student satisfaction survey. Now, once we do that, along with the fee that has been prescribed by the NAC, again, next step will be subjecting your data which you have submitted to NAC for validation and verification. So they will completely go in for verification process. You will be asked so many queries from NAC and you need to give them evidences wherever possible. Again, when it is quantitative, just don't think it is only numbers. Every number that you give needs an evidence or proof. So that is very, very important. Now, once your DVB has been completed, your SSR, that is self-study report quantitative, has been accepted by NAC, then you will be given a process for your institution to go in for peer team visit. So peer team visit is the next one where you have to subject yourself for the team to inspect you and check your details, particularly related to the qualitative aspects now. So here, the peer team which comes to your organization will try to assess you only on the qualitative parameters and not on the quantitative parameters. So they will judge you. A team will be coming up. Now, in fact, NAC has reduced the number of days. For universities, it is only 3 days. And for others, if it's an autonomous college, they just stick on with 2 days alone. And the number of departments that people visit is also getting reduced now. It's only 50% of the departments are now visited by the NAC peer team. Again, you have an option to give. 25% of the departments can be picked by you. Another 25% is picked up by the peer team. This visit will also include your administrative units and your students, the information and the exchange of information, your students and the other stakeholders like alumni, parents, that interactions will go on. So there's in fact a complete schedule which NAC has given, which we are supposed to follow during this peer team visit. Now, once this peer team visit is completed, both this qualitative and the quantitative aspects are added, and then your grades are being declared. Now, if in case you're not happy with your grades, then you can again go in for a reassessment process within 1 to 3 years of time in order to improve your scores. So that is how it goes on. So once your accreditation is completed, you can start your, IQAC cell, that is internal quality assurance cell, which in fact strives to go in for quality sustenance measure. And every year you're supposed to submit an annual quality assurance report to NAC. So this is the process with NAC. And these are all the criteria, the 7 criteria which NAC takes up for its inspection or verification as such. One is the curricular aspects, teaching, learning, research, innovation and extension, infrastructure and learning resources. And then you have student support, governance, leadership and management. And there's something called as institutional values and what is your best practice that you wish to project. So these are all the 7 criteria, and you can see the scores that is being given for each of the institutions. So it varies, the scores varies if you're a university or if you're an autonomous college or if you're affiliated under some other university and if you're a UG or a PG institution. So this is how the scores gets segregated. And each of these criteria has some key aspects. So the 7 criteria has key aspects, and each of the key aspects has assessment indicators. Now, each of the assessment indicators, you are able to check the micro quality of each of this parameter. So you will be able to compute key aspect wise grade points, and every key aspect will be cumulatively put together. You will get the criterion wise grade point, and every criteria is now joined together in order to get the cumulative grade point average. So this is the CGPA scores which we often see in the websites of all the universities of colleges, which tells about, we proudly announce that we got about 3.53, 3.4 like that. So this tells you about the cumulative grade points which the institution has procured through the process of assessment. Now, these are all the key indicators. Now, because of lack of time, I'm not going in detail of each of the indicators. Now, you can see the curricular aspects has about 4 key indicators, and each of the indicators are now given points and weightage is given for each of this. So your weightage is calculated. All this weightage can be calculated by your own self by your institution, and you may know where you stand. So this is for the teaching and learning, where importance is given on student enrollment, evaluation systems, what we have, the teacher's profile, the teaching learning process we conduct, and what is the outcomes, the learning outcomes, and the student satisfaction survey. So all these are key indicators in the teaching, learning, and evaluation. And you have research. In research, more emphasis is placed on how you mobilize the funds for research, where you get the funds from, the publications, the innovative concepts, the patents that you have, the consultancy processes and extension activities, where you go outside and service to your society and the community areas, and what are the collaborations you have in the national and the international levels. So these are the key indicators. And infrastructure, they look into the physical facilities, the library, the IT structure you have, what mechanisms, internal mechanisms you have in order to maintain technology-oriented institution, and campus infrastructure. Now, student support, it looks into progression, participation of the students and the alumni as such. Now, governance, leadership, and management takes care of the vision of the institution, the strategies they have to empower the faculties, and the internal quality assurance system. Now, best practices, in fact, it is up to you in order to identify the best practice that you have followed and you want to project it to NAC. Apart from that, there are some institutional values that you set aside, and what is that which makes your institution distinct from others. So these are all the parameters that has been checked as key indicators. Now, each of the indicator is now being categorized into 4 categories. They put them as very good, good, satisfactory, or unsatisfactory. And then these scores are collated in order to get the cumulative grade point, when they try to totally put all the criterions together and calculate your CGPA score. Now, this is how the grading system goes on, where every institution is given a grade point, and based on that, you can see this is the cumulative grade point. And very recently, we completed our NAC accreditation. It was our 3rd cycle, where we got a score of 3.53, and we got A++ category. And this is how the rest of the cumulative grade point grading goes on. So if an institution gets less than 1.5, then you are not in the accredited status, and NAC will tell that you have been assessed by the peer team and you have been accredited with a score less than 1.5. So what is the advantage that we get when you go for CGPA? Only thing, everything, if it speaks a number, it is easy for us to understand. So the letter grades are getting converted to numerical grades. Again, the normalization becomes easy. There's less of bias, which is there in case you go in for a CGPA score. And there's a point difference that comes up with one letter to next letter. So it is easy for you to identify where you stand and then go in for further focus of improvement. Again, the inter-peer team members, because the peer team will have, for a university, at least 12 to 15 members will come to a university. And if it is an institution, an autonomous college, you will have at least 3 members coming up. So there's always an inter-peer team variation that can come. So if you follow the CGPA system, definitely it will reduce the judgment or the issues. Inaccuracy will definitely be reduced if you follow this CGPA system. So today, NAC has even, in fact, got a helpline desk that has been started. This is a new addition for NAC, by which we can seek their guidance wherever required, and we can have lots of grievance redressal possible, which is happening in a very faster, quick rate nowadays. And the other thing, they've introduced new concepts like learning outcomes, program outcomes, institutional social responsibility, and environmental consciousness and innovation. So these are new things that has been added. Now, the other new aspects that has been added by NAC is they do have a collegium of assessors. Now, in order to improve or strengthen the number of institutions getting accredited by NAC, they have a large number of members who have been included, trained, and today the whole visit has to be completely videographed, and they want to cover large institutions, large number of institutions, and they wanted to bring in the system of, ICT, information technology being used. Instead of going in for peer team visits directly, they want to bring in more of IT systems inside so that evaluation becomes more easy. That is why they are thinking about electronic assessment and accreditation. So in case you have completed your 3rd and 4th cycle, and if you're getting accredited with a score of more than 3.51 with A++, probably you will get your next accreditation only by after 7 years instead of 5 years of time. Again, some of the institutions which have got higher scores consecutively in their 2nd and 3rd, probably there will not be any peer team visit in the 4th visit, and you will be just with your electronic assessment only. These are things that is coming inside their focus in order to reduce the peer team visits. Now again, they have started a process of completely training the assessors. So this is the dashboard they have set up with all the ICT parameters where every assessor is being trained on all these parameters so that it is easy and all the assessors do it in a very effective way, in a transparent manner. So that's the reason they are trying to strengthen their ICT as such. Now this is so far with the national accreditation. Now if you feel that you want to go in for international accreditation, yes, we have opportunities to compete with international organization by applying for ACEN, which stands for Accreditation of Accreditation Commission for Education and Nursing. This is in fact the new manual which was released in 2020, which has been edited and released as such. Now this agency is under the Government of United States, under the Department of Education and Council of Higher Education of United States. So this is exclusive accreditation which is given only for nursing programs, irrespective of what is the program, undergraduate, postgraduate, everything is being assessed by this ACEN. And it also accreditates some hospital-based programs also, which offers certificates, diplomas, and degrees. And in fact, we can say that ACEN serves as a gatekeeper in order to check the practical nursing programs, which has been coming under the Department of Education in US. Now, these are all the parameters. Again, they also have some standards. The standards include mission, vision, quality, and staff. You have the students being assessed, the curriculum, the resources, the infrastructural facilities you have, and finally the program outcomes, what you get. So these are all the standards that they have set, and they check whether you meet the standards or not. Again, the process is very clear. If you want, you can get the consultation from their staff. You can have a self-examination and evaluation, and you can apply for this ACEN. Now, when you are applying, first thing is you need to check your candidacy, like what you do in case of IIEQ, where you give your information that your institution wants to go in for quality assessment. Like that, you have to submit your candidacy representation to ACEN. So they will review and probably they will approve so that you can proceed with your visit and submission of the SSR, the self-study report. Sometimes there will be deferral where they want you to resubmit once again. Then within a period of 1 year, you are supposed to resubmit. Otherwise, they can also disapproval can also occur where you have to start fresh from the first time of eligibility. So this is the process again, where you have first the self-study report being done, like what we do in NAC, and then you have the site visit by the peer team. You have the evaluation panel which sits there in order to assess both your SSR and your site visit. And finally, the Board of Commissioner will release the results on what grades has been assigned to you. So all this will have time frames, and each of this is being characterized in a very clear manner, and there is a fee that we are supposed to give for this accreditation also. So this is the process where you have to contact the agency, they review your standards and criteria, you complete the internal application, and then you prepare your self-study report. And once your self-study report is accepted, you go for a peer team visit. You can even conduct a mock survey. They will also help you to hire consultants in order to do this mock survey. So this is related to your international accreditation with ACEN. Again, I really want to insist one important point. Every time and any time you go for accreditation, you need the commitment and cooperation of all the faculty members. And most important, every single aspect you do in your institution, you need to have the record of evidence for that. And it is important that we have record of 5 years so that we are able to compile the reports very easily. And it's teamwork. So team. So this should be the mantra if in case you're going in for accreditation. So let's remember Aristotle words that it's not meant just to do once. What we do repeatedly is what leads us to excellence. So that is not an act, but it should become a habit. So all of us can make quality as a habit and proceed with that. Thank you for the opportunity. I am ready to take up any questions that you have from your end.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, there is a question in the chat box. What would be the fees for ACEN, ma'am? The question is raised like, what would be the fees for ACEN?
Yeah. ACEN, in fact, we have not gone for ACEN. I just looked at the website. It's about $5,000 US dollars. That's the fee. So in case your candidacy presentation is rejected, you will be refunded with half the amount of $2,500. That's the fee you're supposed to pay for ACEN.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. The presentation was excellent. And thank you so much for sharing the in-depth knowledge and your profound knowledge with all of us. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nalini. We will be contacting you again and again.
Our pleasure, ma'am. We are always there to help. We are all professional colleagues, so we need to, extend our relationship. We need to help each other. So we are willing to give our whatever little bit of knowledge that we have. We are willing to share with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nalini. I'm Sudha here, and both me and Prabha will be troubling you because we are waiting for our accreditation. So any guidance, we will definitely contact you, ma'am. Congratulations for such a huge success of your university, and
happy congratulations for that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, we will move towards the next session. We have with us Dr. Meera Ashwin, Professor and Deputy Superintendent Memorial Center, Homi Bhabha National Institute. Here is a brief description about Madam's educational qualification. PhD Nursing, Madam has pursued PhD Nursing in year 2015, Masters in Nursing in year 2001, Master in Arts in May 2002, Professional Diploma in Clinical Research in February 2008, NABH SSR course July 2009. Madam has 25 years of experience in various hospitals, India and abroad, education as well as service. Worked in various capacities from assistant lecturer to chief nursing officer, faculty for post-graduation program in nursing, examiner for BSc nursing students, MUHS and MGM University, member of the Board of Nursing Studies at MGM deemed University. Madam, we welcome you for the session and request you to proceed. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Meera Achrekar.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Preeti. Thank you, Dr. Prabha, Dr. Jyoti, and the MGM faculty for inviting me for this session. I'm really humbled. That I am being invited to present this session with such eminent personalities. Thank you so much. I think we have already delayed, so I will just continue with the presentation. People must be really apprehensive ke late ho gaya hai, khatam karna hai, jana hai. So I'll make my presentation as short as possible. I think all the earlier speakers have made my session very easy because so many topics have already been covered by them. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So all of us know that nursing service is an integral part of the clinical service of any healthcare organization. Nobody can deny this. We are the heartbeat of an organization. Our objective is to provide safe, competent, and ethical nursing care by incorporating compassion and comfort. And our care extends to patient, family, community, and other healthcare personnel. The knowledge that we have, the clinical judgments that we make, the skills, our attitudes, our communication, our other soft skills, they make all the difference in the delivery of caring for our patient. The focus of the nursing team is on patient care and administration. I would like to just add a little on professional identity in nursing practice. The National League for Nursing defines the attainment of a professional identity when a nurse internalizes and reflects on the core values of nursing profession, engages in personal and professional development, and gains experience in the practice setting while growing in the profession. We see nurses begin, accreditation of nursing education is very important, which Madam Nalini has aptly mentioned. So when nurses begin to develop professional identity in nursing schools, they embrace core values of nursing. And students, when they are in their learning period, integrate critical thinking, clinical reasoning with these core values as they think, they feel, and they perform like a nurse. Foundation to professional identity should be laid over here when the student is in the college or when undergoing a nursing educational course. Therefore, accreditation of nursing education is also very, very important. But as they graduate and enter into nursing practice, their mentoring, their active participation in leadership roles, adapting and initiating evidence-based practice, quality improvement, collaboration, communication with other healthcare personnel, resource utilization, all this will help in further development of professional identity. Professional identity entails having a commitment to lifelong learning and achievement of advanced degrees and certificates. So when you look at a professional image, it is an outward reflection of the deep personal internalized process of nurses' professional identity. So the nursing education has a very important role in this. Now let us look at the past. In the past, nursing, when you look at from the education, from the accreditation perspective, in 1938, the National League of Nursing Education initiated accreditation program for nursing education. So this was in 1938, long way back. Only in 1952, the National League of Nursing was recognized as an accrediting body for nursing service. And here was the first time when standards for nursing service was initiated. For us, all those who are from the old school, the focus was on compassionate care. I don't remember other things gaining so much of importance. I remember going to a labor room and delivering a baby with my bare hands, or having so many needle stick injuries. That time, the focus was not on all those aspects which we are seeing today. The most important thing was you have to, as nurses, we have to give compassionate care. So let's look at the present nursing. There has been widely publicized criticism of nursing recently failing to care. There is so much of documentation. Nurses are always writing something. They are not actually caring for the patient. In some areas, you may find this particular thing is there. In 1990, the American Nurses Association Board of Directors, they approved the creation of Magnet Hospital Recognition Program. Now, Magnet status is the highest national recognition awarded to a hospital for excellence in nursing. Research indicates that Magnet hospitals have a higher percentage of satisfied nurses, lower vacancy of nurses, improved clinical outcomes, and improved patient satisfaction. So this is something which had come up in 1990, and slowly it is gaining momentum in the Western world. In India too, inspiration was taken from the Magnet status hospital, and a need was always felt to improve standards of nursing care here in India. And NABH took the lead, and the nursing excellence certification was initiated in 2014 by NABH. That was the first edition. The second edition is in progress. Maybe in another 3 or 4 months' time, the second edition will also be published, and the next assessment which the hospital will be going through will be the Nursing Excellence second edition. And all these hospitals, whether it is NABH Nursing Excellence certification, those who have undergone, or those who have undergone Magnet Hospital Recognition Program, there is an environment that empowers nurses and they value their contributions. So nursing standards. Professional practice standards, they describe the competent level of care in each phase of nursing process. So when you talk about standards, they reflect a desired and achievable level of performance against which a nurse's actual performance can be compared. The main purpose of professional standards is to direct and maintain safe and clinical competent nursing practice. The standards of professional nursing practice, they promote or they guide nurses in performing their duties, and these duties are expected of all nurses regardless of their roles or their specialities. And very important, standards may be there, but compliance to standards can improve the quality of nursing care and thus reduce the risk of harm to patients. Nursing standards also help as an evaluation tool to ensure clinical proficiency and safety. It provides a framework. If you want to check the clinical competency of staff, the standards will help you. What is it that you want? What competencies do you want from a particular nursing personnel? It also identifies areas for improvement in our clinical practice. So you can look at the gaps. When we see the nursing standards, or you see today in India, we look at the nursing excellence standards. You will look at the standards, you will evaluate your hospital against the standards and try to see what is the gap between what you have in the standards and what is actually in your hospital. You can also do a SWOT analysis to understand what is the strengths, what is the weaknesses, what are the opportunities for betterment. All this can also be done through nursing standards. So it identifies areas for improvement. And because dynamic nature of nursing care, there is so much of change that is happening. You will find that standards of care are also constantly changing and they are getting updated. So every healthcare organization who is quality driven, who wants quality in their organization, they do establish some sort of internal standards and rules for operation. But it is important when you look at accreditation, it ensures that your organization meets the regulations and standards which are set by a recognized external organization. In India, for nursing excellence, the organization that is there is NABH. So when you have a third party coming to your hospital, you already must have had your internal audits. You must have had, if you have many other corporate hospitals within your own system, you may have them coming and doing it. But when an external body comes and gives you certification, that is something which is recognized. You can showcase that, okay, our hospital is accredited by nursing excellence certification is being provided by NABH. This adds value to your hospital and to your staff. So accreditation results in high quality of care and patient safety, stimulates continuous improvement, and demonstrates commitment to quality care. It also raises, like when community says, okay, the nurses over here have got nursing excellence certification. So it raises the community's confidence also. Nursing service accreditation is one of the management tools. It is used for evaluation of the quality of care. This is very, very important aspect. We are evaluating the quality of nursing care. And it also indicates specific knowledge and experience. Now, there are minimum standards which are there. Every hospital may want to maintain a minimal standard. But when you're looking at nursing excellence, you are looking at hospitals going beyond. You're raising the bar. Every time the bar is being raised, you have come to this level, you are going above. Again, you have come to this level in excellence. Again, you raise the bar. So you are expected to go beyond the minimum standards which are held by a professional person. So when you look at accreditation, it emphasizes learning. That means the lot of learning requirement is there which has to be met. The nurses who are in the field has to be knowledgeable. They have to be empowered. You know, you must have the empowerment. You are knowledgeable professionals. You should be able to see. I hate it when the doctor writes on this, turn the patient's position, do back care 4 hourly. It actually irritates me. I feel we are professionals. If we take the initiative, then there is no need for a doctor to write all those things. So nurses have to be empowered. They also have to, for example, if there is a patient who is very critical, you are calling the registrar. The registrar is not coming to attend. You will immediately call the consultant. You are empowered to call the consultant. You are empowered to take decisions. So this is something which accreditation brings up, and especially in nursing excellence, empowerment is the most important aspect. Then accountability, integrity, value, and continuous improvement. And how does this happen? when you do incidences, like Ajita madam said, when you have incidences, so you do a root cause analysis, you reflect on what must have happened, how can you improve and prevent such incidents in the future. So this should be the focus. And when you look at accreditation, this is what accreditation emphasizes. When you look at NABH Nursing Excellence Certification, we are focusing on 7 standards. And these standards are, these standards are nursing, 7 chapters we have: nursing resource management, care of patient. This is the biggest chapter, care of patients. We have management of medication, patient education and communication, infection control, empowerment, leadership and governance, and nursing quality indicators. These 7 chapters total have 48 standards and 216 objective elements under which the hospital will be evaluated. So currently there are 130 hospitals which has already received nursing excellence certification. Aster Medcity, Cochin, Kerala was the first hospital to receive nursing excellence certification. This happened in 2015. There are many more who are already applied. The current trend is there. So it is good to see that many people are applying for nursing excellence certification. So what are the benefits of having this accreditation? There is informed decision making. That means you with the patient, you with the medical professional, making a decision which is beneficial to the patient, discussing with the patient, deciding what the patient wants and giving that importance. Improved patient-centeredness, your focus is the patient. The patient is the soul, the most important unit in the organization. When all your efforts are ensured to see that the patient is receiving the best care possible, that means you are having improved patient care. Then logistics and managerial processes. You may have to coordinate, collaborate with many departments, with many agencies. All these things are, it improves when you have accreditation. Another very important aspect is patient and staff safety. The accreditation not only focuses on patient safety, it also focuses on staff safety and satisfaction for the patient and for the staff. It also looks at reduced cost. Madam Ajita just mentioned to you about patient identification or pressure ulcer. When you have taken good measures to see that pressure ulcers are early identified or fall is prevented, it prevents cost for the patient. So reduce cost, even using infection control measures to reduce a surgical site infection or central line related infections. When you are focusing on these areas, you will see cost is also reduced. It promotes professional growth and authority. And because of all these things, you will find that there is reduced nurse turnover and enhancement in quality of patient care. Patient is the biggest beneficiary of the nursing service accreditation. There is high quality of nursing care, patient safety. Services are provided by credentialed nursing staffs. Patients' rights are being respected and they are protected. And patient satisfaction is a very important factor which the hospital and the nursing department will be looking at. Nurses are also very privileged here because nursing staff is certified. They are happy because there is continuous learning, good working environment, good leadership, and their ownership of the clinical processes. It helps in professional development of nursing staff. It also provides opportunity for leadership for quality improvement. Every nurse, I always tell this to everybody, it is not the person who's sitting on the top, the team leader, the supervisor, the assistant nursing superintendent or deputy nursing superintendent or director of nursing who is a leader. Every nurse is a leader and every nurse plays a very important role in quality improvement. Nurses feel more respected and empowered and job satisfaction of the nurses increases. The future of nursing. So what we saw today is things that are happening currently. Many of the hospitals are going for accreditation, which is a very good thing. And slowly in the near future, all the hospitals in India will be accredited, which means that standard of care across, nursing care across all the hospitals will be the same. This is what we would be looking at. So the future is nursing must grow and develop. Healthcare continues to develop at a rapid pace. With improved treatment and technology comes a need for nursing to continually develop and grow. With increasing population and longevity comes challenges to healthcare resources and provisions. Like today, COVID suddenly came in and we all had to suddenly gear up on how to take care of a patient. What are the precautions that we need to do? So suddenly there is a rapid change in how we are taking care of our patients. So how will nursing meet these challenges and move forward? So we need to look proactively on how information will be available to patients, how nurses will manage the data tomorrow in the near future. Everything will be computerized. So nurses will also have to learn how to manage data, how to ensure that it is used efficiently and ethically, how to improve communication, and how communication will alter with the ways nurses interact with the patient. All these things are very, very important. So we need to equip our nurses with advanced technology, education, and facilities. Mentoring and hand-holding is very important. Today, the students do not get that exposure which we as students had in our times. So when a student comes to your hospital, this was also very nicely covered. So I will not go about mentoring and hand-holding. The next is developed web-delivered educational program. Today, the new nurses of the current era are all techno-savvy. They like things which are on the net. So we also, with this COVID thing and contact, social distancing and all those things, we have suddenly learned that web-delivered educational program is very, very good for teaching. So there is a dilemma to teach nurses who are on shift rotation, who are working in critical areas. So how can we help them? So expert faculty can record lectures in easy languages, and it should be such that it grabs the attention of nurses and also ensure that the learning objectives are met. This system will allow nurses to rewind, hear and see information numerous times. So this is something, and today the focus is on tourism, healthcare industry. Cultural sensitivity is also very, very important. So when we are looking at accreditation, I think all these things in the future will play a very, very important role. So to get NABH nursing excellence credentials or magnet status does not mean that an organization has achieved everything. It is a continuous journey, a journey that never ends. The travelers, that is we as nurses who actually must take the time to enjoy the journey, are most benefited. I have not gone about what is the accreditation process, but I would say that whenever in your hospital you would want to go for accreditation, or even if your management is not interested to go for an accreditation, you can still have systems in place by which you can do your own analysis, do a gap analysis, prepare SOPs, do audits, take patient feedback, look at the incident reports, do a root cause analysis, see that supervision is adequate, leadership training is taken, patient feedback is taken. All these things can be still done, and audit to see that everything goes, so continuous quality improvement is there. It is good to be recognized by an external agency, but it is also very, very important to ensure that the systems that you have in place, that is good and patients still can be satisfied. So let us be the travelers who are going to take time to enjoy the journey as nurses. So thanks. Any questions? I hope I have kept it really short. Any questions, please? I like this saying by Florence Nightingale. I think one's feelings base themselves in words. They ought all to be distilled into actions which bring results. So it is important to get the ball rolling and see that we bring results. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing the excellent information with all of us. It was a very nice and wonderful presentation as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Meera.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meera. Meera ma'am, I just wanted to ask कि इंडिया में कोई हॉस्पिटल है जो मैग्नेट स्टेटस कर रहा है?
Not currently that I know of. Yes, because many of the hospitals are going for JCI. See, yes, actually the NABH also, the maximum coverage is nursing. Okay. Even if you look for JCI, the maximum coverage is nursing. But at the moment, the magnet status is just gaining momentum. In Western countries also, the hospitals have just started it. Maybe in the near future, You may see, but the fees are very high. It is, if you have less than 400 beds, it is $31,000. So the cost of the magnet status recognition is very high. So it would be nice, but I would suggest that since NABH already has a process as a starting step, it would be nice for hospitals to go for NABH, nursing excellence, and then slowly as they improve and they raise the bar, they can think of magnet recognition status also.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I had been to US to Thomas Jefferson University, and they had a very yes, ma'am. I had been in US to Thomas Jefferson University. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
I think her network there is.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah,
fine, no problem, no problem.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. I had been to US under a collaboration.
I hope I've answered your question.
Yes. Because I was very keen on this magnet status, because in US I saw it in one hospital. The nursing director was a gentleman. He was very dynamic, and he was a consultant for magnet hospitals. He had come from Saudi Arabia. There also he had done that. And then I realized that even our NABH has a lot of nursing arena in it, but I didn't know that we didn't have.
I'm sorry, it's not audible. I'm not able to hear. If you have said something, I'm not been able to hear.
Oh, it's okay then, Prabha. You can wind off. I will message to ma'am. Yes.
All right. Okay. Yes, Preeti, carry on. Preeti.
As we have come to the end of the session, and it's been a pleasure, and really we feel very proud to have such an eminent speaker among us. And now I would like to call Dr. Ponchitra R, Professor, Vice Principal, MGM College of Nursing, to summarize the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. And thank you for all the panelists and experts for spending your valuable time in spite of your busy schedules. I know all are heading some institutions and sparing your valuable time for this excellent deliberation. So without taking much time, I would like to conclude today's summary of this report of the session. Like first session we had on succession planning by Dr. Vatsala Sadan. And she insisted that succession planning doesn't happen overnight. It needs a systematic approach, and attracting and retaining a new and experienced nurse leaders is essential to ensure the continuity of the leadership. And she also threw light on something called as bench strength, which is their organizational preparedness for succession planning, and she shared some guidelines for succession planning. It was an excellent session. And then came our employment management process, which was deliberated by Dr. Lata Venkatesh. She showed the right knowledge at the right time, and the knowledge transfer is most essential in an organization. And she also threw some light on path to brand enthusiasm, like branding awareness, knowledgeable, and then they become the believer, and then the last they become the deliverer. She also emphasized on the difference between information management and the knowledge management. I think we all will go back and read more about the knowledge management process also. And she elaborated that this is an era of collaborative and talent-driven learning. She also elaborated on explicit difference between the explicit knowledge and the tactic knowledge, and the challenges we'll face in the knowledge management process. Then our Dr. Minimol Verghese, she deliberated on employee mentoring and the performance appraisal process. She very well clearly explained about the objectives of the mentoring program, the role of the mentor and the mentors, the same way as the performance appraiser, the preparation of the appraiser and the appraisee, and how the appraisal process should go on systematically. And she also explained about the characteristics of a good appraiser. Then we deliberated on the continuous quality improvement, that is benchmarking in education, by Dr. Sudha Reddy ma'am. She stressed on there must be a shared vision of change for benchmarking, and the key leadership skills should be there in the higher education institutions to benchmark the things. She also emphasized on accountability, transparency, and efficiency, and the importance of decentralization and participative management, faculty and employment strategies, and mainly the corpus fund creation. And she also threw some light on challenges faced by the higher educational institution. And it's grateful to her that she has also shared few benchmarking of her university of the current year. And the last quote, if there is a will, the will decides where you're going to move. Thank you, ma'am. And then the benchmarking at the clinical nursing service side by Dr. Ajita Nayak. She explained what is benchmarking, that's comparing your results with others either or make a acceptable target. She clearly explained the continuous quality improvement steps or the process, and she said that's an important note. Wherever possible, automate the process. That saves the time of the manpower as well. She also clearly explained with examples and the importance of SOPs and the protocols to be on place. And she also threw light on the violations and the various analysis in her experience, how she has done. Then we deliberated on the accreditation of nursing service as well as a nursing education. And the nursing education, Dr. J. Nalini, who has successfully completed her third cycle of NAC accreditation and has acquired NAC A++. She explained about the meaning of accreditation and very in detail explanation about the NAC accreditation process and the benefits of accreditation to all the stakeholders. And she explained every criteria with its standards and the process and the flow. And in addition to that, she also had given an knowledge about the international accreditation for nursing education services. And she said commitment and cooperation of all the team members and the maintenance of records, which are the main important elements to face the NAC peer team visit. Then the last session, our own expert, Dr. Meera Achrekar ma'am, she herself is the principal assessor of NABH. She threw light on the importance of professional identity in nursing practice. And she also explained about the nursing standards related to NABH, about the 7 standards, 7 chapters, and the benefits of nursing service accreditation and an insight into the future of nursing. And she also elaborated a little about the magnet hospital things, which may in future we may face it. Thank you all the panelists. It was a very good, knowledgeable and enlightening session for all the young and aspiring leaders. Thank you, ma'am. Now over to Preeti Banerjee.
Thank you, ma'am. These 3 days we have eminent speakers and leaders with us, and they have shared their profound knowledge with all of us. So I hope like all participant has gained full knowledge on governance and leadership, optimizing nursing education and service. So I would like to call Dr. Praveena Madalkar, Vice Principal, Bharatiya Vidyapeeth, Pune, for the feedback.
Hello.
Madam, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unmuted now? Yeah. Good
Yes,
evening,
yes.
everyone. Yeah, it was such a pleasure listening to all this, and I should really thank Madam Prabha for getting us all together and keeping us glued. And really, you have taken us back to classroom. Madam Naina was my teacher when she taught us management. She said, now that you all are doing a post-graduation, you are all leaders in nursing. And then later on, as we started working, we realized, yes, we are all professional nurses, and we used to tell even our graduate students, once you go out, you are going to be a leader. So every nurse is a leader. And the other day now, when Swati put up those figures saying we are working as professionals, a lot of not trained nurses, every professional nurse now has to take up the leadership responsibility. And it was a very, very nice way of networking. And in a way, we should thank COVID to bring us all together. Otherwise, it would have probably never been possible. Sometimes, many a times it so happens, very good speakers. This place is near to my college, but still I can't go. Like today morning, we had our lamp lighting ceremony. I would have never been relieved. But because of this platform, we are all able to be there together. And we were really, like waiting for the next sessions, to hear the next speakers. And Madam Prabha has been an alumni of Bharatiya Vidyapeeth, and even from the college. Madam, we are very, very proud of you to put up all this show. And I think you have done a very good networking, and I think we should keep connecting. And we are looking forward to more such programs, and maybe even formally, informally keep this network going on. And let us be as a team and help one another grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind words and appreciating the work which is done by the team of this college. They have worked hard for some time, quite some time. Ms. Jyoti and her team, they have done a good job. Chitra and everyone. Yes.
We can imagine. See what we see on the surface and what is the kind of hard work or background work that must be going on. Early in the morning, madam called me today. Call me itself. But that is quite as a leader, she has to keep track of everything. Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you
very good.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the feedback. Now we have come to the now we will move towards the validity session. For that, I will request Dr. Jyoti Chaudhary, Associate Professor, MGM College of Nursing, to present her vote of thanks.
Thank you, Preeti. It is said, the best and beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt by heart. Thank you is one such prayer among them. I consider it a great privilege to propose vote of thanks to all the dignitaries, resource person and the participants who has witnessed it as a memorable and successful event from 24 to 26 of February 2021 for 3 days. A national webinar where more than 499 participants registered from all over India, both from education and healthcare industry. I, on behalf of MGM College of Nursing, New Bombay College of Nursing, and the entire fraternity present here today, and on my behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all those who inspired us and extended their support for successful completion of this webinar. A webinar where speakers, academic leaders, and governors from 5 states of India, working from 9 universities, and 4 administrative governors and leaders working in healthcare industry from government, corporate, and private healthcare industry. 2 leaders and governors from professional organizations were involved. Dr. Rati Balchandran, ADHS Nursing, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, New Delhi, who spoke on role of center in nurses advocacy in healthcare governance. Madam allowed me to call frequently and be behind her till her session gets over. I sincerely thank her for taking time for her busy schedule to share the information which was hardly known to the nursing fraternity. Dr. Nilima Sunani, Principal INE JJ Hospital, Navi Mumbai, has boldly represented nurses advocacy and leadership status in healthcare governance in state of Maharashtra. Salute to her sincere efforts in reviewing the condition of Maharashtra and presenting it rightly. I express my gratitude towards Madam Anita Dedar, former president of TNI, for making us aware of continuous efforts of TNI in developing leadership and advocacy skills among nurses. I thank Madam Nancy Fernandez, Principal, LT College of Nursing, SNDT Women's University, for sharing ways and means by which advocacy role can be inculcated among nursing students, faculty for better healthcare governance. Dr. Falakshi Mandekar, Director Nursing, PD Nija Hospital, spoke aloud on nurses' advocacy in clinical governance and importance of demonstrating competency and knowledge by nurses at all levels. Sincere thanks to Madam Nancy and Falakshi too. Dr. Prakash Doke made us understand about emerging healthcare challenges and its impact on healthcare professionals, that too nurses. Dr. Swati Rane, founder and CEO of Seva Shakti Healthcare Consultancy, help us to understand the type of nursing needs in the society, the level of nursing personnel, and the existing and required nursing personnel to meet the healthcare challenges, especially nurses in Maharashtra. I also thank Dr. Swati Rane for helping us to get get Dr. Guletia for as a guest of honor. Sincere thanks to Dr. Doke sir and Madam Swati Rane for the same. Special thanks to Dr. Shada Ramesh, Director, Symbiosis College of Nursing, Pune, and Dr. Pramila, Professor and HOD of Medical Surgical Nursing Department, CMC Vellore, for sharing their thoughts on leadership in change management and also allowing us to have a flashback on this pandemic period and to clap for ourselves that we have done a very good job, not less than any renowned organization. Dr. Vasala Siddhan, Professor and Dean, College of Nursing, CMC Vellore, Dr. Lata Venkatesh, Professor and Principal, College of Nursing, AIMS, Ms. Minimal Varghese, Chief Nursing Officer, Fortis Healthcare Limited, All three has very well discussed how to prepare healthy work environment through employee knowledge management process, employee mentoring, performance appraisal, and succession planning in a very simple word. Thank you, Madam Varsala. Thank you, Madam Lata and Minimum, for accepting the invitation and sharing your expertise on this platform. Quality enhancement in nursing education was shared by two speakers. I am grateful to Dr. Sudha Reddy, Professor and Principal, Kahir Institute of Nursing Sciences, Belgavi, and Dr. Nalini, Professor and Principal, Ramchandra College of Nursing, Chennai. Captain Ajita Nair, Managing Director, Helbis, and Dr. Meera Azrekar, Professor and DNF, ACTRAC, Mumbai. Thank you, Madam, for giving broader ideas in continuous quality improvement, benchmarking, accreditation in nursing service. I would like to thank our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shashank Talvi, sir, and MGM management, who put confidence in MGM Nursing, New Bombay College of Nursing to take up the responsibility of conducting national webinar on governance and leadership, a need of an hour. The successful completion of any program is not possible without leadership and governance of Dr. Prabhadar Silla, our director, our professor and director, then Dr. Ponchitra, Vice Principal of MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. Without the support of my colleague, Ms. Khargansia, lecturer, Mr. Anil and Mr. Nitin from IT department, this should have not taken place smoothly. I also like to say thanks to Ms. Susan, Ms. Preeti Maria, Ms. Sarika, Ms. Preeti Banerjee, and office staff Pranali Bhosle and Pranal Shetty for providing direct and indirect support. Last but not the least, most important, without the curious participants and their interaction, this would have not become a reality show. Once again, thank you to all those to whom I have forgotten to mention, and thanks to the Almighty God for this successful completion of the webinar. Thank you, Preeti.
Thank you, Jyothi. I would like, at last, I just want to conclude. Thank you to all the distinguished speakers all around the country for accepting our invitation. Thank you, Prabha ma'am. Thank you, Ponchitra ma'am. Thank you, Jyothi ma'am, for believing in me and giving me the opportunity to moderate the session. And I have got an opportunity to connect with all the nursing leaders, I must say, and got an opportunity to attend such a wonderful session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And we will, at last, we'll play the national anthem. So I would like to request all the participants to stand on their position. Thank you.
में जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you.
Participants, there is a gentle reminder to fill the feedback form and please leave the meeting afterwards. Thank you.